Very excited to be doing 3v3v3 again. This is a format I enjoy a lot because I think it's super interesting, and you could also, this really demonstrates, what are the weird or tricky things you could do. Everything's, really pushed, and so I like this format again. I'm glad we were able to, last minute, scrap together a total of 9 players, and so we have our 3 teams of 3 here. And so, very, very excited about that. We're about to start the draft. As you can see, we do have I have put up what the updated tier list, in my opinion, is, and so we will kind of be taking a look at that as we are talking and getting ready to draft, and I am going to let them know that they can start drafting. And we will be off and away. Hello and welcome to everyone who's on the stream. Thank you for your patience on, getting started. It has been a little bit of a struggle. My computer crashed. The dogs took me. I was run over by the cars outside. And so, yeah. Warper is available if needed. Thank you, Warper. We managed to find 9. Very last minute-y, though. But if someone has problems, you will be the first one we ask. And so now let's talk about the rankings, or the new updated rankings, a little bit as the draft has started. No one has drafted anything yet, and I still think, or I now of the opinion that Qing is just the strongest country you can pick, and it's not particularly close. But we do have a new scoring system, which might make it a little bit worse, because we are now scoring based off of, we are weighing percentage growth highest, so it'll be really hard to get first place unless you're the highest percentage growth, and that will be difficult with Great Qing. I still think Great Qing is still the pick to make, but they're maybe not, going to be the toughest in the group. And so we see a first pick from France, or as for France, which I think is still a very solid first pick. I think France is, still the strongest military at the start, and we see France into Russia, and so this will be interesting. So Team 1 picks France up. Team 2, I believe, picks up Russia here. And then now we have 2 picks available for Team 3, which is kind of the advantage of Team 3. I really like Russia. One of the reasons why I think Russia's kind of underperformed is no one is regime changing it, and this is a very strong strategy that you can use. And so we have France into Russia. France is also just, I think, pairs really well with any other country. We see a USA pick. Hopefully everyone can see the chat where they are drafting, but we see a USA pick and Qing. So they've just gone for what appears to be a little bit of raw power. I'm not sure I like USA over UK, but USA and Qing are both hard to enforce on, and so this might be part of their strategy. And so we have Team 3 picking up both Qing and the USA here, and Team 1 is now on the clock. They already have France, and so they're kind of in a very flexible spot. And do they have 2 draft picks in a row? They have just a singular draft pick, and so they might pick the UK, they might pick up the East India Company, is even like a reasonable one, I would think. Kind of a weird spot, I think, to actually be in, to be honest, because I'm actually not sure what I would want to draft here. Maybe you draft... This is a little bit weird, but maybe you even draft Prussia, trying to go for the North German Fed for a very large, percentage GDP growth. But I think that this is actually kind of a bit of a challenging spot in terms of what you pick. I'm guessing, because you can't get, it would be very difficult for you to get both the UK and the East India Company, but maybe you go for this. Maybe you try and make the effort. As to what I'm doing off to the side is I am making sure that I am getting everyone, or all the countries all set up in terms of, for the spreadsheet. And so this is kind of what I'm doing. And they pick up Austria, so I'm guessing they are going to be trying to... and France, Austria is also really strong, militarily at the start here. And so now they're in a pretty good spot. And now Team 2 has 2 picks that they can pick, and so they can pick 2 things, and I'm guessing we're going to see a UK East India Company here for Russia UK East India Company, but still remains to be seen. I think that this would be a pretty strong draft here for them. But Austria does seem like a pretty fine pick here. I think that UK is a little bit vulnerable, but you have so much growth potential as the UK. I don't know. It's really hard to say what is best here. But I think when you pick Austria here, you're really unlikely to get Prussia. And this has been the classic pick for several weeks in a row, as people have been trying to get both of these together, and now this is not going to be possible. I assume that, they're not going to be left on the table here, Prussia, because Prussia's kind of the 8th pick. The top 8 countries, in my opinion, are considerably up and away, like, a lot stronger than the next ones, and so I'm not expecting to see... I'm not expecting to see something, Prussia to go to last pick. Your excitement level for regime change play is high. Mine too. We haven't seen it yet, but it is an extremely strong strategy. And so, was this? Sorry? What? You only had one pick? It's on team 2. But also this draft is... I really like how this format like balances stuff out. I'm very excited to see if people go for the kneecap on Qing. This is why Qing was, let's see, Paul's on team 1. I knew that. He is on team 1. Did I mess something up in terms of my spreadsheet? I don't think so. Yeah, I have Austria for team 1. The Diplo chat thickens. Oh, okay, I'll rehost. I see. Whoa. Alright, so a little bit of the technical difficulties continue, rawr. But I am expecting to see Team 2 pick up East India Company UK, which would leave them, let's open this for multiplayer, change the game settings, auto hot join. Nobody on stream join with this code. Don't do it. Nobody join. There we go. Now none of you can see it. Tremendous. I'm the cleverest streamer of all time. So, how many years are they playing? We are going to play until 1:15 PST. This is the plan. And so as many years as our toasters can handle. Yeah, stream can't see me. I'd like to introduce you guys to my co-host, John Cena. And so we will be continuing on with the draft with Team 2 having 2 picks now. And I really do think it's going to be UK, East India Company, because I think those are the 2 strongest countries remaining. And then after this, Team 3 will get a draft pick. I'm guessing that Team 3 picks up Prussia. And so Team 3 will have, let's pull up my thing. Team 3 will have USA, Qing, Prussia, which is actually, if you're going to have allies on your team for Qing, having people who start skirmish infantry is pretty nice, because if you are breaking wars by feeding provinces, what you can do is you can feed them to people who have skirmish infantry, which is overall better. So I like this a lot, and also still can still see it. Lies. Hey, is this free to join? It is not. This is going to be a 3v3v3. Please do not join using the link or rewind to see what the link was. Otherwise, I'll have to kick and start doing things I don't want to have to do. It is free to join ahead of time, though, but once we have our 9 players, then it is locked out. For anyone missed the code on the stream, it's 800. It's 8,000 construction. Hello, are you playing yourself or just hosting? I am just hosting. It would be way too much for me to try and cast and play at the same time. I would have a heart attack. Team 2 is on the clock. It's on the clock. With 2 picks. Team 2! I'm gonna pick for them in a second. Prussia and UK. Ooh, they don't take the East India Company. Wow. Prussia, UK. Okay. I see you. So they have Russia, Prussia, UK. Wow. So now it leaves Team 3 on the clock, and Team 3 is going to get kind of a worse-looking team because of this, because it looks like they're going to get Qing East India Company, which they kind of fulfill, similar roles here. And so it's not exactly what you want, but perhaps it's what you deserve. Let's find UK here. Wow. Also just a very late United Kingdom pick. To see overall, just really not being valued. People have really seen how, easy it is to land them. And Team 3, of course, does go for the EIC. I'm down. You down with the EIC? Baby, you know me. I'm down with the EIC. Which is to be expected. East India Company, I also think, is one of these countries you can regime change very, very, and it be very, very, very strong. And so now what we will hopefully be seeing is, what's the 9th pick gonna be? And this has always been this is the question that I always want to know, is what is people gonna pick for the 9th pick? Because the top 8 generally are pretty consistent, but the 9th pick is always super up in the air. And so will be exciting to see. So if East India Company is picked, so we have a special house rule because of all the weird intricacies of playing as a subject. The first game action the UK has to make before they even build a single construction center is they are forced to release the UK at game start. Or sorry, they are forced to release the EIC at game start. Do the teams know? The teams do know. There will be a 5% penalty and an immediate pause in me informing them that they have to release. It's also very important that they are released beforehand. If they have France on their team, do they have France on the team for EIC? They don't. But if they have someone on the team who has an interest, they actually can become a puppet of them. And they pick the Ottomans. The Ottomans seem very solid. I think that they might be. We currently don't have them in as the 9th pick. Currently have Spain in. But I think the Kebab might be, they might be the ones. So we see Auto Kebab. We see the pick, so I'm just going to screenshot to make sure that all the teams are kind of verified, that we do know what teams are what. We're going to post this in the chat so that there's no confusion, because there has been some confusion before, both on my, actually not on my end. I don't think I've made a mistake as to who was on what team, but the other teams definitely have. But I'm expecting them to say no errors. Generalists, you never make a mistake. And then, yeah. Are there any house rules? So generally we are playing as high-powered a game as possible where there are no house rules. This is generally how things are working, but there are a few rules, like, for example, limited of 12 naval landings per team, so you can multi-land, but the 12 naval landings only goes in effect after we've crashed once in a PvP war, and this is for performance reasons, not for game balance reasons. But other than that, you can do anything. Like, you can regime change each other, you can use each other to get recognition, you can use each other to reset infamy, so you can accrue over 100 infamy at game start, and then use a cut down to size CB to reset infamy to 0, and so, you know, you can just be like, I'll annex all of Korea, and then get your infamy reset to 0. We are going to select Go Beer here, once everyone is all selected, because that has been the country we have been playing. But those are kind of the house rules. First and last time we have the biggest GDP. The truth hurts. Herman just needs to ready up what team he's playing, and then I will get on to Go Beer and give players the 5-minute warning. In 5 minutes, my computer will crash again. No. Well, I mean, I hope not. The dogs might get me. Who knows? Is Herman ready? He's not on a team yet. No, what do we do? But this is exciting. Let us start a poll to see who people think won the draft. Who won the draft? I have some ideas, but we can see what people think afterwards. So let's change to overlaid score, which is not pulling up because my computer crashed after I did the things. Okay. What? Is that just it, the little thing in the left corner? Got the Diplo. Oh my god. The truth hurts. That feeling when you have to... Capture method automatic? Oh my god, this is my worst nightmare. Is that it? The tiny little... Okay. Oh my god. I'm having a panic attack. Not really, but, like, I obviously think this is terrible. Okay. Don't know what this is about. Also kind of important, because it is how everyone knows what teams are what, for the most part. Oh, Jesus. We're going to... do something else instead here. I'm not sure why this isn't working. Oh, okay, that's not what we want to do. As well, the image is the background. Holy schnapples. Alright, let's jump back in the Diplo. Is Herman? Herman is ready. So we are going to give our players the 5-minute warning, and also... oh my god, we didn't even finish that poll. I'm a hot mess. I apologize, you guys. We're gonna get the poll in. Which team won the draft? And just to kind of go back over it really quick, we have Team 1 has got France, Austria, and Kebab. Team 2 has Russia, Prussia, and UK. And Team 3 has USA, Qing, East India Company. And let's move into... Oh, we can't move into the tab while we're working on the tab. This is really quick, kind of the power rankings we had made beforehand. I'm going to enter in and Go Beer and give these players their warning. Their 5-minute warning. Except they've kind of had a minute, so they can have 4 minutes instead. As I try and figure out why this is not capturing how I want, or what I want exactly, in live stream. So, gotta move back over here. And then we are going to put in team scores, which is right there. But we're just going to put in team scores 2. We're going to pretend like it's all a bad dream. And just put it up on top of things. So now you see the whole spreadsheet, you guys. So now we're going to click Alt, because we, big brain, actually know how to use the OBS. Big brain. I don't know how you guys think my brain is small, because this all wasn't handled beforehand. Obviously, it's smarter to handle it in real time, because viewers really love when content creators are doing this in real time. Oh my god. I probably have to click control to make it not auto snap, but I think that'll be good. Good enough. Jesus, it looks terrible. Please no. Alright, there we go, baby. Good enough. Alright, we will... Don't forget to release EAIC. Must be first game action. I mean, as long as it gets... okay, he's asking... Alright, maybe we won't penalize. You go into diplomacy. Release subject. I can join their channel. We're not going to penalize him, because he didn't know. I'm all threats. I'm all talking a badge. That's how we run the stream here. Alright. So, let's kind of catch up on chat, if you guys have been chattering. There's a Discord link in the description. Yes, there is. There should be a Discord link in the description, but that doesn't necessarily mean one's there. It's just, there should be. I am praying Tire Star knows he's on the clock to become a protectorate here. I don't think he can become a protector. I don't think Russia has a native interest. But we'll see if he... Yeah, so that's what you want to do. I think that France is the only one that shares an interest. And so, this is the thing. TJ Bernard says, complete noob, but I believe Russia, UK, France were a GP at the time and shouldn't be allowed to ally in game. Well, players drafted these teams. Generally speaking, I think China's the strongest pick, although China went third pick. First pick was France, and then Russia, and then USA Xing, and then I forget who gets the 5th pick. I believe it went to Team 1, who got Austria, and then Team 2 picked up Prussia in UK, and then Team 3 picked up EIC, and then Kebab was picked up. And so, we'll see. USA and EIC, can they even protect her immediately? I don't think they have overlapping interests. And so, yeah, it is going to be... The concern is Russia might have an overlapping interest, though. So, Xing might have an overlapping interest, but Xing, I don't think is eligible. And we have our timer running out, except EIC has not been released yet. EIC needs to be released. Okay, I'm gonna jump in to their VoIP. Okay, so you go into the diplomacy tab, and then it'll say diplomacy overview, and to the right there's a tab.
Done, it's done.
To the right?
It's done?
What are you talking about?
It's, they've been released?
Yes.
Oh, they're visually not released for me. Okay.
Oh, they are now. Okay.
But they are released? Alright, I'm going to confirm. I'm going to confirm with them. Alright, has the EIC been released? It's visually not released for me as Go Beer. Have you had several minutes to play with the EIC released?
He just did it when someone said right click.
Okay. So I'm going to give you guys like another minute in case you want to do anything, you know, in regards to the EIC being released and having a little bit of extra stuff. And so,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So we are going to give them 1 more minute, and then we're going to be off and away. So, did want that to be the first game action. Probably should have prefaced that a little bit better. So we are giving another minute. But the big thing is, yes, the East India Company wants to be the subject of someone else to avoid a negative event, and so this is the reason why they must be released first and not just before unpaused, or this is why this rule's in place, but I did not want to explicitly say, hey, this is why this rule's in place, because players maybe are not aware that this is a really strong feature. If you're playing as the East India Company in this like 3v3v3 format, you can just become someone else's subject and avoid a bunch of negative events. We'll stop the poll, and we'll see what people voted for. Generally speaking, you think Team 2 won the draft, but if left alone, Team 3 is scary in terms of growth potential. Yeah, this is kind of, I think the USA, so I'm actually a little bit less bullish on the USA, as most people seem to be. Here, let's pull up where the thing is. Alright, now I'm going to start. And we are off and away, and unpaused, and we immediately have the hard times. But I'm generally of the opinion that, or let's see, I think Team 3 won the draft, but Team 1 has the strongest military, I think, which is just very actually Team 2 might. I think Team 3 won the draft, though, in general. It's, okay, they have the same color, interesting. And so now they change color, and they get this huge negative event, which is going to give them a ton of radicalism because they did not become a subject of someone else. Or it's going to splinter apart the EIC depending on what they pick. Hopefully they know which the right pick is. But let's see. Yeah, some people think Team 3 won the draft, and then Team 1 20%. It doesn't look like they splintered into a million pieces, and it looks like they're starting a war with Orissa, and so I think they picked the right thing. And so let's go through and see what the teams are up to in terms of their opening diplomatic plays. France is already infamous. What are they going after? Or did they just reset their infamy? No, they're notorious now. And they are... Okay, so they are going after... Immediately we see Beijing, Shaanxi, Qing war reps. And so now the France-Austria kebab are immediately going after Qing. They have not negotiated with each other. Liberate Mongolia is the more painful one. Now, Qing can release Mongolia as a subject, but they might not be aware of that. Man, we're already getting started with the gamey things you can do. Expecting to see one of Qing's allies... Oh, you don't want this. You don't want to join on the side of Great Qing. You want to attack your ally yourself and just pick up Beijing and Shaanxi and brick France's war here. This is the way you want to do it. But there is a required, if you join against a human player, you must... You can only join before 70% escalation, and you must pause. And so this is where a lot of the pauses should be coming from. Let's see what Austria is up to. Austria is not up to any war. We see also the UK coming after. So Team 2 is also going after China at game start here. So they have decided we're not going to let this China thing stand. And so this is going to be ouchie ouchie. For Qing at the start, we are going to see really how they handle it. Now, they should be bricking war goals with USA here. So what you want to do is you want to Dow on... Oh, and we see Russia now has this. So maybe they have negotiated something. Russia has Beijing. But Russia is not on their team, so they have decided to capitulate to Russia here. Which is fine, because it bricks one of these French war goals. And now France will have a pretty hard time getting in on Shaanxi. And we will see where Great Qing's capital is. I think that Yunnan is a pretty good place to move it, so that Yunnan cannot be released. But they've moved it to Shaanxi, or it was automatically moved to Shaanxi. And so this is perhaps not very ideal for them. This war is going to be very uncomfortable at the start here. And this is the reason why you don't pick Great Qing. Or why last time we played Vanilla, Great Qing went unpicked. They went undrafted. Did Great Qing move their capital? They did not. They should have moved it to Yunnan. I think that this is the best place to have the capital. That way Yunnan cannot be released. You also have to march through mountainous terrain. It takes a little while to get to. And so overall, I think this is the best place for the capital in this format. But they did not move their capital. But, you know, while the... does France even win this, though? I'm not even sure if East India is, like, not a pushover in terms of, like, military power projection. And it looks like they've released Shandong as a subject. Yunnan is... Ooh, what's going on here? Alright, well, whatever. So it looks like they've given up Shaozhou and just Shaozhou. I'm not sure how much negotiating is going on in the background. Hey, Simpo, let's see the overlaid Diplo. Speed 3 for PvP wars. Yep, that is correct. We'll let them know you guys can decrease it as well. But releasing Yunnan is super uncomfortable here. And this is why you move your capital to Yunnan. How long is the session? How far will it go in game time? I don't know how long it will go in game time. We are going to be here for the next 3 hours, though, hopefully, to 1:15. And so now Great Qing has been, they start out, you know, with quite a bit of GDP. Their GDP has been kneecapped by the forced release of various things, like Yunnan and Shandong. And it looks like they've only had to give up one thing, but they are going to maybe have to give up something to... France here. France is going to get a landing in, but in Hebei? I wonder, was this an enforcement, Shandong, or did they intentionally release this? Now, we will be able to see Great Qing re-land behind here, and with this very limited front, it will be really hard to actually take Shaanxi. I think, especially if the East India Company is helping out. Kebab is getting their ideal start here with going after Persia. We are going to jump back into the overlaid score so that everyone kind of knows what the teams are. You can release countries in this game. You can release countries. And so something you can do is you can intentionally release countries to brick other people's war goals. And so this is kind of what you want to do, generally speaking. Generalisty speaking. Austria is gotten pretty infamous. What are they going for? What is this? They want to conquer Bengal? Jesus. So France, Austria, Kebab are just really going after it with really big wars at the start. We will see what happens, but just going after Bengal and North Bengal actually might not even be that... Well, so these are the most valuable states for them, but this is just a super aggressive opening, and you're trying to leverage France, Austria, and Kebab, but you might just make teams 2 and 3 want to unite against you. Team 3 really receiving... Oh, yeah, they're not... They need to re-land here. But currently, they're in... Ugh. So they might get enforced on. Shaanxi is just not useful if you have 0 market access, though. So I'm not sure... And you can release Mongolia as a subject. They might not be aware of this, though. But if they release as a subject, they're pretty much only having to give up... Well, they're giving up Shaanxi, but France effectively isn't getting it because it's going to have no access. And then they're liberating Mongolia, so we'll see how that rolls out. But, yeah, I do feel bad for Herman, who is at the helm of Great Qing, because this has to be uncomfortable and unfun. But you know, it is the name of the game, or it is how a lot of people feel about the Qing pick in general, that it is just so strong that you have to do this at the very start. But it does leave Team 3 in a bit of a weird / bad position, having to defend against all this. We're not seeing Austria coming in. I don't know if Austria can win this. But there isn't really a super good place for East India to land. And so this might end up getting white pieced out, at which point, it's unfortunate you didn't move the capital to Yunnan, so you couldn't release Yunnan, because notably Sichuan and Guizhou have quite a lot of wood, and so they are one of the best places. Like you see, they had already put a bunch of wood in the queue here with the Qing start, and so if you move the capital to Yunnan, then Yunnan cannot be released, and so this will kind of affect things. How will the world market? Let's see. Why isn't USA helping? I was thinking that the USA would break the war on Great Qing and take the Qing provinces from themselves, but I think that they're just focused on Mexico, and this thing is what's going on. This would be my guess. It's not, there's not too much it takes a long time for your troops to get here anyways, once the front hits, which is why helping to defend Great Qing is, like, a little bit difficult, unless you're helping versus Russia, where the front's already started, but even then, it's difficult. How do you increase market access? Well, you have to string together, like, multiple states that are, adjacent, and so France is going to get Shaanxi here, but then they have no way to get access to the ocean, and so they're not going to have any market access to that state. How would the market in multiplayer compare to single player? Are some merchandise overbuilt or underbuilt? Well, I think everyone knows to build a lot of wood and iron, but at the same time, everybody is cranking construction, and so in my experience, wood and iron get very, very, very expensive. And if they're not expensive, I just build more construction, in my experience. It's a shame EIC took the radicalization, yep, instead of eliminating discrimination in their opener. Curious to see if you can turn it around, though. It will be interesting to see. Also be interesting to see how exactly this resolves, because if EIC just wants to sit here and then just land on... Is this Austria's ingress? Okay, so I guess Austria is ingressing here into Gujarat instead of landing the capital here. This makes sense because they would have a huge landing penalty, but you can just multi-land, so yeah, kind of maybe doesn't make too much sense. But Team 1 is just, they had a very aggressive opening with 2 wars onto oh, you know why East India Company got down? I forgot about this, and the players were smart enough to not forget about this. If the East India Company is already involved in a conflict, they cannot brick war goals on Great Qing. And so by declaring on both of them simultaneously, you're preventing at least one of the wars getting bricked. And so this is kind of where things are going. It looks like the EIC has landed behind, but France still controls a bunch of this. They need to completely occupy Hebei in order to deny France military good access, and they do not have the complete occupation of Hebei. This is something that's not the way it should work, but France, because they still have part of a province that is a coastal province, they still have full access to all military goods, which is insane. And the game should not work like this, because obviously they should be cut off right now, but they are not. Landing Gujarat seems risky with all those puppets. Can they eventually reach the capital versus EIC? So they might not have been able to... well, they land the capital too. So they figured it out. Maybe grain is scarce in multiplayer. Well, the players don't want to build it very much. So in that sense, it might be scarce. Players are also building out a lot of construction. But I could see grain getting as scarce. I definitely, whenever I'm playing multiplayer, try to import grain from everyone else. And so this is kind of the thing. Let's see what Russia is up to. Other than... so Russia's fighting USA, but they did take Beijing here at the start, and now they're fighting USA, and maybe this is to prevent the USA from breaking a war goal, but they are just trying to lib Mexico. Wow. This is super aggressive. And conquer New York from Great Britain, liberate New England. They're just looking... wow. These two teams are just deciding that... Wow. Transfer District, Columbia District. Okay, yeah, Columbia District's up here. But yeah, this is just a big war on the US as well. So they are really taking it to Team 3 here. They are just, full stop. They're like, you guys drafted Qing. we're going to come after you, which is, we haven't seen this yet, and this is the danger of drafting Qing. This is why Qing, I think, is the best country, but maybe not the first pick. Which is like, it's kind of weird to think, like, if we just take a look at these power rankings, it's weird to think that there's a bifurcation of, like, how should I say, just because a country is the best country doesn't mean it's the best pick. Like, I think Austria is the 7th best country, but is first pickable because it allows you to form North German Fed much easier with Prussia. Or perhaps Prussia is, like, similarly early pickable because you're looking to form North German Federation, looking to form Giga Germany. We do see Conquer Benin from Prussia, which... Okay. I think that going after Zulu and Gaza into Transvaal Orania would be better, but that is fair enough. So let's see, the UK and Russia are both up to shellacking Team 3, and Team 3 I think is kind of up to nothing but getting shellacked. And oh, it looks like oh, see, having French war reparations, I hate that this is automatically put in for you. Because French war reparations are here, you cannot tick France below 0 unless you occupy some of their territory. Fortunately, this is French territory, and it is occupied. So France can actually get ticked below 0 here, and get a very uncomfortable war overall, as long as, you know, they make a point of keeping Shaanxi unoccupied, which they have managed to do here. And so it looks like they'll actually manage to defend this war. Now, this war, I don't know if this war gets defended. This is looking a little bit grim. But we'll see if they can re-land. Like, this is pretty narrow. Maybe you can re-land and push and cut off them. And do this sort of thing. It's maybe going to be a little bit too difficult. Where is the USA's capital? Did they move their capital? Please tell me that. No. Why'd you move it up here? Is this Pennsylvania or New York? Did you move it to? Where is the capital here? Or did it just zoom in on Washington, D.C.? No, Washington, D.C. is the capital. Nope, can't do this. You gotta move it inland. I think, like... You gotta move it inland so that you're way harder to enforce on. So this is a bit of a mistake. Not a lot of players moving their capitals here at game start. They woke up and chose violence. Yeah, basically. Is multiplayer only about wars or economy involved? Generally, I think that the play is to... if you can get a 6v3 situation, then wars are good. If you are going to try and 3v3 another team, then the remaining team is kind of the winner in that exchange, and then you just want to eco up. And so you see a lot of either 6v3 or peace dividend times where people are expanding against the AI. And the reason why they are doing this now is because Great Qing is regarded as just this enormous growth potential country, and so they've decided to 6v3 at the start here. And so it is a lot more, generally speaking, eco, and they are like nipping this in the bud at the start. It looks like the France war gets pieced out without, you know, anything given to France, and perhaps France might even be paying war reparations. Yeah, it looks like this is a white peace. And so now East India Company is kind of left to try and deal with this, which I think if they successfully deal with this, Austria's proposed you give us everything. The good old you give us everything proposal. This would move in the capital somewhere else from South Bengal, which it's kind of trapped as because your primary culture in East India is English, and because it's English you cannot move your capital. So this is a very big difficulty of them. It was at first, but the players quickly realized the strength of offensive plays in earlier streams. Yeah, the very first one was just all eco, and it really becomes about, you know, the second and third place team. It's all eco, but then the second and third place team, when it's all eco, should go after the first place team. So it's this, you get this balance of both like military and, you know, offensive. And so once this war finishes up, we will be giving updated scores to the teams. And so we'll see how this goes. Land grabbing is one of the best ways to increase GDP, but land grabbing against human players is a lot harder, as we see Qing managed to stave off at least the France war, and so they lose some provinces. They lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 provinces. I'm not sure. Yeah, so they lose 6 provinces. It looks like the UK released both Shandong and Yunnan. Curious to see them go for Shaozhou. They might be trying to go for Guangxi, hoping that Qing does not know how to move their market capital, because their market capital is actually in Guangdong, which is interesting. But how many hours do you think it takes to get okay at this game? That's kind of a hard question to answer. It depends what your threshold for okay is. Multiplayer war simulator. Yeah, basically. But this is, I think, the kind of last big PvP war. And we are seeing they just want to liberate Mexico and war reparations, and this is the peace deal that's been proposed. And is the USA really in a position to say no? Who's winning this war? USA is getting shellacked. I do think if you are going to lose a war, it is better to peace out earlier. That way you can kind of have the peace dividend. An agitator appears for us. He wants to enact homesteading. Interesting. But I don't see a way that USA is going to win this, so I think they actually should just take this peace deal. And we see France trying to conquer Virginia, which is not the nicest. Man, Team 3 is really getting the business here. I do think this is a little bit excessive, but I'm not sure which team this favors yet. Between Teams 1 and Teams 2. Because I think you do not want to overkill the weakest. Once a team becomes the weakest team, you do not want to overkill them, because then, at least if you're the second place team, because then you lose your ally against the first place team, and it's this sort of rotation between who's strongest. Yeah. In your personal experience, you've played 2 Sicilies about 12 times and done learning the economy pretty decently up until electricity, maybe 200 hours. I have about 1,000 or 1,100 now. Team 3 will be slapped so hard, it'll be Team 1 and 2 fighting all game now. This could be the possibility. I really do think that they can eco up quite a bit, but it'll be curious to see what exactly teams go for. I assume that they're trying to reland behind here with East India, because the East India player knew to do that with the China War, but they're still not having much success. And this is just looking... Is this Mexico pushing in? Or someone pushing in from the Mexican front? Or you just didn't assign someone to the native war? It's the Pawnee. Oh, that's grim. You didn't assign anyone to the native war? Is that... Yeah, that does look like it is what it is. And unfortunately, they would not be able to tick USA below 0 if USA moved their capital inland. So we're seeing a couple effects of not moving the capital inland. Like, capital should be here for Qing. For USA, it should be, like, in Nebraska or Missouri. I don't think you can move them in at game start because they're not incorporated, but I think you can move it to, like, Illinois is the furthest inland you can move. And that is a little bit of a jaunt. You can still get there from, the UK, but... Yeah. And so that is how things are going right now. I'm still waiting to see this piece out, but we are about a little over an hour in, and we've seen some significant kneecapping. Maybe we wait for one more of these wars to get finished, and then we offer the updated scores, which will give players generally teams tend to start reevaluating their overall strategy after you see an initial war. But we do not see much grabbing of AI territory, except for Benin finally getting landed by Prussia. Hopefully. It looks like a double landing. That might not be enough landings, my friends. Oh, Prussia was victorious, so Prussia gets in, and Prussia's gonna push. Curious what this Benin is about. I think that a lot of my viewers really value Benin, and I just don't think it's as good as Zulu into these two. I just think that this is way better. But Benin is decent territory, and it does give you an interest in the region, and so, and you know, I don't think you get dyes down here, so maybe you want it for the fact that you have dyes as well. Something like this. It also gives you more barracks, I suppose, or something like this, which will be Space Marine barracks. Yeah, I think that USA should have pieced out before with the Liberate Mexico and War Reps and not giving up New York and New England. And now they might have to give up New York and New England. I think that you accept this as the USA here. It doesn't look like you're going to, and it looks like they did accept. So Mexico is free again. And so this is kind of the last of the Game Start Wars. And kind of expecting to see Austria offer again, you want to give us the bag, and, you know, East India saying, yeah, daddy, I want to give you the bag. And so overall, you know, US has accumulated 50 infamy, or like a very large chunk of infamy, and has nothing to show for it. They got like 50 or 60 from going after Mexico, and they got another chunk for going after something that they couldn't enforce on, trying to brick. Or I think that they put in Beijing as a war goal when they were fighting Russia, and so they couldn't get it back. They should have kind of left that to Great Qing maybe, but okay. Yes?
Generalist, one question. Is there a plan to continue this save?
There's not currently a plan, but like if it looks reasonable, I would love to continue saves, but I've had a great amount of difficulty getting all the 9 players back together. And so
Yeah, I mean, maybe you should just like random players, but like I just want to know how much I can sink my country.
I would. I can't give you a definitive answer regarding what, like, what I will want to do. It'll depend on what it looks at the end of the session. So.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Fine.
Yeah.
Bye.
I apologize. Yep.
No problem.
It looks like, okay, I thought Pawnee was released as a centralized nation, which would be cool if that happened. But we do see, oh god, that is the ugliest thing. Yep. And so let's do a score update now. Ottoman Empire doing great, though. It looks like they went after puppeting Persia. Now that's a lot of infamy, my guy. I think they would have preferred a Dominion, but, you know, we'll see. So let's get an updated score for all the teams and kind of go from there. We are on the score tab, and so we will come in and do this. Is that... Oh, we have to keep it like this? We can't maximize it, otherwise it messes it up. Rip the dream. Can never maximize again. Okay, so France started out with 28 million GDP. Now they're up to 34.3. Austria is going to go up by quite a bit because they did take that Bengal territory. They start at 23.2. They're up to 42.7, so nearly doubled. Kebab starts with 13. They're up to 13.5, and they're up to 15.4. They will eventually annex Persia, though, which they can incorporate very quickly, so this is nice. Russia, who I don't think we saw any regime change war on, which is a bit unfortunate. They're up about 10 million from 38 to 48 million, 48 flat. Prussia, I don't think has managed to grab Benin yet. They're up from 12 million to 14.4. UK starts at 36. They're up to 38.1. They do have to deal with a lot of... they should have a GDP negative from releasing the East India Company and getting booted from the market. The East India Company should have a similar thing, 22.9. So up actually quite a bit, considering they've taken nothing. From 18 million, the USA is up to 29. And it looks like, oh no. Is France going into them too? Jesus. This might be a bit excessive. Great Qing starts out at 134 million. Despite losing all this, they're still at 121. Which is kind of indicative of the power. But East India starts at 51 million. They're down to 35, and this will be a hard recovery. You know, losing two of their best provinces is a bit uncomfortable, and we will see. We will see after we put these things in if players want to make adjustments. But Team 1 is basically is double ahead of Team 2, and this is the France-Austria Kebab team, which is going to be harder to fight in general. Tired Star says this isn't annoying at all as his team gets shellacked. Yep, the truth hurts. The truth does hurt. That is the truth. Gasp. Yeah, Qing still notably has pretty decent GDP, all things given, all things considered. Maybe we need some 3v3v3 disaster save work, take the last piece of the save and save them in single player. That's actually an interesting idea. Maybe we could do that. But we do see a pretty... You know, France, Austria, Kebab is really doing quite well. And are they over 100 infamy? Because this is the thing, is stuff can get released or returned from cut down to size. And so North and South Bengal are a huge source of the growth, which the players might not be able to necessarily identify as quickly as possible. But, you know, just taking a look, this is 8 billion GDP, 10.7 billion in North Bengal. So this is like, represents most of the growth actually of Team 1. And so if this just gets returned or released, this is Team 2 in the lead, right? And so this is kind of just an important like little note. But we do see this team has been shellacked well off. What is this? Oh, the East India Company has landed. They want to conquer Virginia. American war reps ban slavery. And they're going after French war reps. A little surprised to see no one making use of Corsica. Corsica is very easy to land because it's in the Italian HQ. And so what you generally do is you just get a really large truck outside and then you land Corsica, and so this would give taking war score against France. Did not see this get utilized. Looks like France is not doing very well on this, and so they want to think about landing Corsica so they can enforce the war reps. But yeah, just building up again in North and South Bengal could be 70 million GDP because of the agricultural buffs each. Yeah, it's definitely dangerous to, you know, build up in one area. Let's actually see if anyone else has moved their capitals. So Russia, yeah, baby. This is, I think, the best place to place your capital in Perm. That way Perm cannot... First of all, Perm's hard to get to a little bit. You know, you do have to land up here, and while, you know, it isn't super far away, this makes it so that Perm, the country, cannot be released, and kind of gives you a good position to build tall in Perm. Of course, they don't have available labor. It also gives more migration attraction. Perm does have, you know, the bonus. Super pleased to see this. Perm does have, well, it has two bonuses, but it does have the Iron Mines throughput bonus, which is a pretty rare bonus. Let's see if Silesia is being built tall in. It looks like a little bit here with the iron, and so this will also be strong. I'm not sure where the best spot for mining in Austria is. I really don't know off the top of my head. Oop, we do see a pause from... Oop, we see it... Oh. Okay. East India Company player was the one who paused, but... yeah. Yeah, USA needs to get their capital out of Washington. This is a problem. This is definitely a problem for them, but now we might see the France-Austria-Kebab alliance run into some problems because Russia, Prussia, UK, USA, Qing, East India Company can go after them here. And this is, I think that... I mean, this is what players were afraid of. Last time I was hypercritical of players for not drafting Great Qing, but this is exactly what they were afraid of, was getting absolutely massacred at game start. And I still think it's a mistake not to draft Great Qing. I still think Great Qing is really strong. I think, despite it being the strongest country, it might not be a first pick, this sort of thing, but I also think all this could have been handled better. Like, if the capitals moved to Yunnan, Yunnan isn't released here, right? And it's much harder to enforce on them this type of thing. I don't know. I definitely think it might be the hardest start to play in the 3v3v3 situation, though. You know, it's just, yeah, very brutal. This is also incredibly brutal. This territory, this land is worth so much. The other land that's worth a lot is Delhi, which of course is hard to get to. I'm curious where that capital is now. It might be in Delhi, which long term, this is actually a better place for the capital. And so if they can get this territory back, they'll actually be in a super safe spot. Super bummed to not see the USA move their capital, though. It looks like they are winning this war, though. Yeah, looks like they are going for this, which is a little bit thing. Drafting Qing is fine, but it's just such an easy target with USA and EIC. I agree with this as well. I think that you would have really preferred... So what was it? Prussia got drafted over EIC, and I think that USA, Qing, Prussia would have been a preferable team for Team 3. I also think Russia, East India Company, UK would have been a preferable team for Team 2, and I think Team 1 really benefited from this a lot. I think Team 1 is the worst draft slot, and given that they are the worst draft slot, getting France, Austria, Kebab, I think is pretty solid. You know, both in terms of power level, but also strategically, like, that you're connected, you can manipulate stuff to all be in the same market. I don't think that they've done this, but you can do this. In fact, let's take a look at the market tab and see if Ottomans are in. Nope. Ottomans can join Austria's market, though, which would probably be good. I would think that you would want to do this, but we aren't seeing any of it at this juncture. USA just... yeah, really not on the good receiving end of things. But I think that teams will start to reevaluate here. And there will be, you know, a 5-year kind of lull in terms of what's going on. Also, well, France proposed just banning slavery. And USA said no. Oh, we forgot to put our favorite research in. There we go. We're going for analytic philosophy, baby. And so it looks like they want to punish. Yep, they want to force the war reps. And looking at this, you know, East India Company is just, I think maybe I'm just undervaluing this pick. Whoa, why is your army power projection so bad now? What the hell? Did they really just delete a ton of military? This isn't all of it, though. They deleted some. But does that explain why it's 130? I don't think it does. Did they bankrupt? What happened here? What happened? But this war actually has gotten very close. So what's the tick on here? Minus 3.7, and this is minus 2.8. Oh, this is so close. Ugh, yikes. But it looks like, yeah, they're relanding the District of Columbia specifically to make it so the war goal ticks slower. So they don't have all the war goals. This one will come down to the wire a little bit. I think you do want your truces in place. I'm not sure. I think you're supposed to accept the banned slavery. I definitely get if you were in Team 3's position, though, wanting to try and punish as much as possible the teams for what they've done to your... Look at what they've massacred my poor boy. You know, East India Company has a decent military at the start of the game. It's like 500 army power projection. Obviously now, whatever they've done, I don't know if they've gone bankrupt or if they've turned down PMs or what, why their power projection is so low. Oh, you know what? They probably lost like 50 barracks in like each of these provinces. It's probably a big part of it. They probably lost a lot. Yeah. I mean, but they're also vulnerable because their capital is trapped on, you know, they're trapped on the coast. East India Company, China, and USA is basically all the economic potential, but no military. I agree. A very vulnerable draft. I still kind of liked it the best at the game start, but I was not anticipating the full 6v3. I think 4 wars got declared against them. There was 2 on USA, 3 on Qing. Actually, I think it was 4 on Qing, and 1 on East India Company. So that makes 7 wars. Which I think is excessive. I think that the 7 wars is to the detriment of either Team 1 or Team 2, and I think it's Team 2. Just the sheer volume of wars. It does look like there's a peace deal. I'm guessing it's a white peace. Nope, France is paying the bag. And USA is paying the bag to Russia. So, it does look like they capitulate here. Looks like Prussia is getting a little naughty. I don't think this is the best way to North German Fed. I'm pretty sure you want to keep the infamy low. So I think this is a mistake, but we can see what they're going for. Conquer Schleswig-Holstein, this seems fine. Conquer Holland, subjugate Denmark, Danish war reps. Well, you don't want to... Well, okay. They're probably going to win this war, but this is going to make their North German Fed kind of suck, I think. If my understanding of the mechanics is correct. But, you know, Team 2 is actually in an interesting spot because I think that Prussia will run relatively unopposed here. And then later on, they can maybe go for some really big play in Austria with Team 3's help because Team 1 is out in front. Maybe. Team 1 does have the vulnerability of, you know, Kebab overall not being the strongest. It'll be very curious to see... Yeah, I mean, they're expanding real good. Kebab has just been doing their own thing. I'm assuming they're going to fight Egypt soon here and take a bunch of dirt that way. And let's see what Team 3 is up to, you know, following the great slappening of them. Looks like they don't want to fight right now. Don't necessarily blame them. France is not active. UK is going after subjugating Bolivia. This is, I think, the best war. A little shocked to see no one else go for it. Like, I think this is better for Kebab than taking Persia, but I think taking Persia is fine. Also, strategically, maybe is better. But we just see them kind of go for the best war, and they're going to get it. So this is going to be pretty good for Team 2, because they will probably have time to annex this. We are going to up the speed because I think there's no PvP wars anymore. And then let's see, Prussia's doing this war. Russia, are you chilling? Russia's kind of chilling. Were they involved? Oh, they are helping out Prussia, which seems fine, although probably unnecessary and gratuitous, but also fine. USA, Qing, they are chilling, and France, Austria, Kebab. Let's see what they're up to. No wars, no wars, no wars. So players are doing a decent amount of chilling after this very unchill start. Yeah. Very interesting start. Austria, France will suck to fight. I agree. Austria is really hard to enforce on. France is hard to enforce on. Kebab is not. So, yeah. You had to go AFK? Did anyone do a regime change? Not that I saw. We could take a look at the internal politics of a few of these countries. Russia, still on traditionalism and serfdom. Still on traditionalism and serfdom for East India. And, you know, kind of couched in my rankings is the idea that you do not allow this to happen. I think if you're just going to stick on traditionalism, Russia's definitely not the second pick, and East India Company's definitely not the sixth pick. But, okay. Also, Great Qing, same idea, traditionalism, serfdom. They should be regime changing each other. They're not. But also, not everyone is like aware that you can do this. This is like the really strong play to make. Brazil, no one went for Brazil on game start, which is a little bit interesting, but it is a highly risky play, so I guess I understand it. Yeah, this is super good for the UK here, though. I am like Alfred is making money moves here. Nike's fan. You're amazed that Shewa made it through the draft without being picked? I know, it's shocking. No one picked up Shewa. Thank you for the dono. Much appreciated. That would be absolutely wild to see. I mean, we could do one... If the AI were not so psychotic, I would want to do a minor powers only one or a game, which would be interesting to see. Maybe we'll do it anyways, but the problem is Great Britain and France psychotically joining against you can just like break what you're doing. Austria's victory in the EIC is so huge. Yep, and the really rough thing is this is where the capital starts, and you can't move it because you only accept English pops. You can only move it to English places, and so you would have to, yeah, you can't move the capital without doing some weird stuff. Also, there's no English province that's not coastal. Every English province in the entire game is coastal. There's a few that are like not on the Isles, like Newfoundland is also English, or Anglo-Canadian. And I believe the Falkland Islands here are English, so you can move your capital here. Yeah, thank you, Nike's fan. This is a shocker to see no one want to play Ethiopia at the start. We don't have Joey in this game, so we won't be seeing someone just conquer Ethiopia. Like he does every single game, which I think is really inefficient. But, because there's no resources there. It's all just dirt. There's no wood and there's no iron. No coal, no sulfur. I mean, there's some wood, but there's like no wood, you know what I mean? And so, yeah. Ethiopia 3v3. Is there even 9 countries down there? Oh, we could do an Ethiopia Thunderdome. Thank you for the dono, Kyrian. Syrian? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Kyrian, I don't know how to pronounce the last name either. But thank you very much for the dono. You're on the Discord. This is... Oh, here, let me pull up the Discord. You're one of the Discord regs, but you're not that in here, right? What is your name on the Discord? Is Carnia, right? Or I assume? Oop, don't want to change that. But thank you very much. Had to G-check your cousin for leaving his belongings inside my sister? That is a vibe. I mean, it might be a vibe, I guess, if it's inside your sister. But, yeah, generally don't leave your belongings inside your sister, I guess. Crazy. Let's see. I think we have... Yep, there we go. Got everything kind of all set up, and we are seeing peace in our time. Cursed blue Denmark. Prussia, I think is... I think this is too much infamy. I think this is a mistake. But if they just chill out for the rest of the time and just kind of help other people, maybe it's not. Let's see if the UK is out and about trying to... Nope, they're not on the new war yet. We can look at some eco, though. We know that, we're building up here in Perm. I'm assuming there's an encouraged manufacturing and resource. Yeah, there is. Or encouraged resource and road maintenance. Let's see if Lancashire is also getting the treatment. They are getting the treatment of the resources and this, which does leave you super vulnerable to them coming after you. And so we see return state in Anatolia, so we do see Egypt getting gone after. And so we are going to have to do this. Yeah, Nike's fan, I know you're Gazalith on the Discord, but I don't for Kyrian. Or I've inferred that you're Gazalith. Because there's only one person who's pushing for Ethiopia as hard on both formats. The World Conquest King. Yeah, I don't know. I have not done a World Conquest yet. And while we play with slightly different game settings, I'm not sure if I could even get it done. Without a lot of reloading. I think I can do it if I reloaded a lot. You can tell Gaz isn't in the multiplayer because there's more than one tag. Yeah, exactly. Looks like East India is going after their own internals, which makes sense. Russia's going after this. Just kind of a little bit more chill. I actually think this is not worth the infamy to annex this stuff, maybe. Or maybe it's worth the infamy, but just shocked to see no one go after this. This land's so valuable. There's even goldfields spawned already in both. Is Brunei also available? It is. No goldfields spawned here yet. What about Sintang? Is there any goldfields spawned? There's a goldfield spawned. World Conquest is a ton of work. It's also a PC burner. Yeah, but I'm talking beyond the technical difficulties. Yeah, my computer also can't handle it, but like, I also think I could figure it out. Ooh, what is this about? Why did Russia take Holland? I guess they get the front over here. France puppeted Belgium at some point. I'm curious to see how many of these players try and stay under 100 infamy. Currently, no one's over 100. France is the highest with 84, and so this will be a bit of a thing. Yeah, very surprising to see this here. The way this is all. Well, I was very surprised that they went after China so hard. Maybe going to give them an update in 9 minutes in regards to the score. We could kind of take a look at some more ecos, though. I wonder what France is doing. So let's see. In the capital, they've kept it in Paris instead of moving it to Alsace, which I think is fine. They're encouraging manufacturing and doing road maintenance here. I think Alsace-Lorraine, yeah, they're encouraging resources and doing this. So this is kind of, I think, this is the loud car meta. No, I think this is the meta is in the most effective tactic, doing the bifurcated road maintenance / encourage X in 2 states, one for resources, one for manufacturing. And I do it every run. I'm a bit pleased to see other people doing it. I think it's correct. Of course, if people, I'm willing to accept that I could be mistaken. Mexico's still up for grabs for anyone who wants to go after it, but it looks like no one is. Dominion notification, third-party break name, we have received the notification of, which is very exciting. And we see the East India Company fighting Great Qing. What could this be about? Is this a regime change? Okay, so we see ban slavery. Come on, we can regime change too, can't we? Both these guys would really benefit from a regime change, but we are seeing a ban slavery here. Which is unfortunate that, or Austria declared on East India, so East India couldn't help out with Qing, or it couldn't declare on Qing. But it would have been really nice to see East India declare on Qing at the start and get the ban slavery through and break war goals. This would have been fantastic. What did you miss? A whole lot. I don't know how long you were gone. This happened. All of this. USA is taking war reps from France. France has gone into Belgium. Prussia has decided that they want to be infamous, which I guess they're going to get back under 25, and maybe they can make the North German Fed pretty nicely. We're probably going to do an updated score relatively soon here after a little bit of expansion that's taken place. Really liking Kebab's play so far. So far, I've been liking UK and Kebab in terms of how they've been playing. UK, although I don't know why you took Xiaozhou specifically, other than I guess it's the best province that has dyes. And you maybe go after Guangxi later, and then go after Yunnan. This is the idea, maybe? I don't really know. We could try and enact homesteading. Who else's play have I liked a lot? I mean, I think East India Company is playing really well. We get the Bengali uprising, which is funny. You know what's actually also funny here is East India Company might help them out. Nope. Maybe not against that. Yeah. Actually, probably bad to help them out, but curious to see France joining in on that. I don't think that that's necessary. But I think France is probably in chill mode. I think that players don't want to go over 100 infamy, which is pretty significant. You don't get it. Aren't they on the same team? Great Qing and East India. The idea is if, for example, Russia tries to take Beijing here, East India Company declares war on Great Qing for Beijing. Qing capitulates to East India, and they brick Russia's war goal on them. So you keep the GDP of this province internally to the team by passing it around from one teammate to the other in order to brick war goals. So that's kind of the idea. CK3 border goal, yeah. You can also abuse war goals for beneficial reforms. Yeah, so Great Qing should be recognized. Yeah, they're a great power, so they declared for recognition, for example. They got it from a teammate. And so I wonder if some day one multiplayer tutorial vids might be handy. I think they'd be handy. I think they would do atrociously, though. Like how to protect China in multiplayer, how to regime change, how to preserve India, etc., etc. I don't think they do too well on the channel overall. Maybe I'll do some. I also think if you get 6v3 to Great Qing, you're in big trouble. If you get 3v3, I think you can do some stuff. But I think if you get 6v3, you're in some trouble. I think you should. I think the capital should have been moved to Yunnan, and that you should have bricked. You should have intentionally released some of your. Well, first of all, you should just hold off all your wars at the very start here, and not do anything. You move the capital to Yunnan, and then I think you could have bricked all these war goals with your teammates, and just had to give up war reps in a couple of like countries, and so, yeah. Oh, right, that sounds exploity. Yeah, this is the exploity 3v3v3. This is not the RP this is not the RP multiplayer. I think once this Egypt war finishes, we will give the players updated scores. Yeah, this is like you can multi-land, you can double land, you can triple land, which makes like countries like the UK, when multi-landing is forbidden, the UK is so much better, and they might be the #1 pick. But there, you saw UK go like 4th or 5th pick or something like this, because there's not a single English province that's not on the coast, and when teams can put in 24 landings on you, yeah. Your only fear of having Yunnan as the capital is what happens if they release Yue, Sichuan, and Guangxi. You move your market capital back somewhere else. And you just take no market access in your capital, or you move your capital again. And so, I mean, so they... Let's see, where's Sichuan is... Where's the Sichuan release? Okay, so, yeah, if they do this, yeah, you just move your capital again. If they release Sichuan and go after Guizhou, you know, or, like, release something in here, then the whole benefit of having your capital in Yunnan is now gone, and then you just move the capital again, I think, is the way to do it. East India Company notably is picking up a lot of GDP by annexing its internals, and it will be doing this the entire game and maintaining relatively low infamy score for having done it. And so this is going to help them out a lot. France becomes a republic. God, poor USA. Crying, screaming, throwing up. Had to give up Mexico. But yeah, we are in kind of chill mode, but we are running into the point where truces are starting to expire. And so 8 weeks left on this truce. And so I would really like to see this war wrapped up soon so that we can give players updated scores. Or maybe I'll just do the Ottomans teams update last. So we're going to update teams 2, 3, and then team 1. But we're going to do updated scores for everybody. Alright, so let's find Russia. Russia's GDP at last check-in was 48 million, partially bolstered by the fact that they took Beijing, and now they are at 56.7. Pretty modest gain, or it's a good gain. Prussia should be up quite a bit. They were at 14.4 and now they're at 18.9, and they're getting kind of ready to do North German Fed stuff maybe, in terms of where they would be in the tech tree if they're kind of going in that direction. Great Britain has gone from 38 million to 43.4. So no one's just completely blasting on this team in terms of GDP growth. So a decent gain. They're catching up to Team 1, but of course Team 1 has had growth themselves. USA was at 22.9, and they have gone down in GDP. What? I don't know what this is about. They didn't get anything annexed from them, so I don't know why they're down in GDP since the last check-in. They are also getting war reps. Qing has only grown 4 million since we last checked in, which is definitely not ideal, so they're up to 125 million. They are maintaining all these battalions. I think you really should delete down now that you have truces with basically everyone, and use it to blast a ton of construction instead. But, okay. And these guys have rebuilt a bunch of battalions that they had lost, or they've just gotten it from conquering. They have decent kind of spot, and they're up around 15 million GDP. So actually pretty pleased with EIC's play so far, despite the fact that they're down from their start GDP. They went from 35 million back up to 50 million, and so now we see just kind of a small level of what happened here. Oh, did they conquer... Was this the Egyptian land? I'm having brain lag. I thought... Okay, well, let's just go through it then. I can't remember where the borders start. Rip the dream. Alright, so France has gone from 34 million up quite a bit since last time without annexing anything to 40.3 million. Austria should be down because of the Bengali uprising. So they're down from 42 million to 37.3. But once they return that uprising, they should be in good shape. And then they are up from 15 million to 18.3. Was kind of expecting a little bit more from Kebab. And so we are seeing kind of teams 1 and 2 converge, but this isn't really the full story because Austria's Bengali uprising is going to get put down. And so without receiving external assistance, this is almost certainly going to be a thing. And so we will upload the file or the screenshot for the players to see. And so currently in first place is Team 1, but Team 2 is really close behind because they are leading in nominal growth as well. So this is going to be kind of seen. We did post it in here in the Diplo. Overall, people do not make too much a use of the Diplo. And so, but we do see, I think that Team 3 has got to decide that which team to go against, and then they team with the other team. And I think that they have return state CBs on the Bengali uprising, and they have return state CBs on Russia and this. And so, but I think overall they would get more GDP back from fighting Team 1, France, Austria, Kebab. Also, you're seeing Qing is able to re-annex Yunnan here. I'm assuming they're annexing it rather than... Yeah, they are just going for the annex here, which is a decent amount of infamy, but is not... They do get a discount because it is return state, and so they are going to get quite a bit of it back. They might even move the capital. Let's see if they moved the capital at all. Nope, it's still in there. Has the USA moved their capital? Please tell me yes. They have. They have learned their lesson. Is that in Illinois? No, it's in Missouri. So Missouri definitely going to be hard to get to. Going to take some time. And they're going after Mexico again. They are trying again. If they know, they could expel diplomats from a bunch of people and then have their infamy reset by one of their teammates. But if you don't know, you don't know. The idea being the only subject they have is the Indian territory, which it hasn't been 10 years since game start, so you can't. They would release the Indian territory, but this would reset their infamy to 0. All they have to do is expel diplomats from like 3 countries to accrue enough infamy to be over 100. And then once they're over 100, a teammate declares cut down to size. They capitulate to the teammate before Mexico capitulates to them. Bada bing, bada boom. They're at 0 infamy again. So not seeing anything regarding wanting to discuss anything in the team chat. So I'm guessing the teams are not making plans. But the first truces are up. So Great Qing no longer has a truce with the UK, and so we are starting to reach a point where the players can fight again if they want to, with pretty big fights, and I'm not expecting to see them Dow Team 3 again, which is going to give Team 3 a good chance to try and eco up. Shewa in okay shape. Looks like Borana, in terms of the Ethiopia coverage, is doing pretty well. I actually I think the idea of Ethiopian Thunderdome is funny. I think it might be over pretty fast, but how many Ethiopian countries are there at start? There's 1, 2, I think this was 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12, so we could have a 12-player free-for-all Thunderdome. That'd be interesting. Ethiopian Thunderdome. Let's jump back into the score tab and go through what the players are doing. Really not seeing a lot of PvE wars. Other than Yunnan is getting gone after, Mexico's getting gone after. No one's interfering with this Mexico one. It looks like they're returning. Oh, they're just return stating. They're not even puppeting. Look at this. They want to be less vulnerable. This seems fine. But overall, it's going to be... Well, actually, maybe they just think that we will not reach a point where they can annex by game end, and so they just want to take the territory, and this seems fine. There's 12. There's 12 countries. Yeah, so we would find 12 players for a Thunderdome. Watching this while playing Tropico is a trip. Surely we can get a Banana Republic in here somewhere. But let's take a look. Let's go through who has the war. Yeah, really, I'm just tearing my hair out seeing no one go for this. No Generalist point will be awarded if no one takes Transvaal. But also there's probably a lot of there's probably a lot of tension at game start regarding the 6v3, the immediate 6v3, which I think was uncoordinated. I didn't think I saw them in the Discord together, but maybe they were coordinating behind the scenes in DMs, which would make a lot of sense. That way it's kept a little bit secret. But let's just kind of go through Team 1. So you got France, Austria, and Kebab. Are you fighting anyone? Nope. Are you fighting everyone? Nope. Are you fighting anyone? Nope. Kebab does have some infamy to work with, and I think that their Persia truce is just about up. Or their Persia truce is up, so would be expecting to see an annex from them soon. Russia, Prussia, and UK, let's see what they're up to. Russia, nothing. UK is putting down a rebellion, fair enough. And then Prussia is just chilling, they've become reputable, and so I assume they're going to try and Diplo do the rest of the North German Fed. Let's take a look at the market. So they're just trying to get Hanover in the market, I assume. Looks like they've gotten a couple of these boyos on the market. Austria's maybe not fighting them for these, which could be a mistake. Austria should be trying to pull people into their market as well, but this is just to kneecap the North German Fed potential. Okay, and then USA is going after Mexico, Qing is going after Yunnan, and finally the East India Company has just been going after internals. They have a lot of infamy to work with still. I don't think they have a war currently. liberate Belgium. So France is coming for Shandong. It'd be wild to see. I would love to see after Qing finishes this Yunnan war, try and go after Shandong and return it. And try and brick France's ability to get it if you can enforce faster. Or if you go to Dominion Shandong, maybe they back down, something like this. And so, yeah. What country are you playing as? Can't you do this as an observer? You can't look at all the tabs and stuff as an observer. I can't look at the tech tab as an observer, and in the past I wanted to call it out technology, but I'm playing as Gobir, which I don't think anyone goes to. My people are starving? Very much so, because I haven't clicked any buttons. I suppose I could click this button to make them not starve. That would help. But overall, yep, we do see the Kebab going for the Persia Annex, which is going to grow their GDP, you know, by at least around 5 milli. And so Kebab will be in really good shape here, you know, in terms of their growth. And no one else has, like, really big... France has the potential of bringing in Shandong, which, you know, that's 5 million GDP as well. And I've seen no stirrings of teams 2 and 3 unifying against team 1, which I think is the play. You know, especially because... Oh, just kidding. We see it. So has the PvP... So we're annexing Persia, that's a thing. But we see conquer Shandong. And we see Qing, USA. So all of Team 3, Great Qing, helping out here. Oh, I don't know about this. I don't like this. You're renewing your truces here. I think this is bad. They're renewing their truces here and they can't get anything. I don't like it. I mean, maybe you stop them from taking... I don't even think you can stop them from taking Shandong here. Whoa! When did Great Qing get... Okay. What is this about? Great Qing got Beijing back somehow. And Guizhou back somehow. So, perhaps terms of an agreement between Team 1 and... Teams 2 and 3... is the return of their states, which seems reasonable, but now Great Qing is going to be in an excellent spot, since last time we... Yeah, they're up at 150... Yeah, look at this. Perhaps terms of the agreement, but Team 1, I assume, has got more than one war on their hands. So they are going after Shandong. I think that they just take Shandong, and that... yeah, I think that they take Shandong and then this war is over, and then there's a bunch of truces with Team 3, so tactically I don't think this is the way to execute it. I think you wanted to declare your own war, not join in on a defensive war with Shandong, something like this. I think this was a mistake. But let's take a look at Team 2's, what their wars look like. They're going for German leadership. Jesus. They're going for German leadership with a decent amount of support, but I don't see any big powers here. Now, people can sway and join here, so maybe the agreement is you give us our stuff back, and then we join on for leadership. That's not the war. What? Surely that's not what you wanted. Oh, did they back down? Looks like Austria backs down for leadership. Interesting. I'm so confused. Clicking a button seems like a lot of work. Let them starve. Yeah, true. Yeah, this is so wild to me. There's like nothing. This is like someone backed down for just German leadership. I'm not sure who backed down to who. I assume Austria backed down to Prussia. I can't tell who backed down or who the German leader is. I suppose I could switch to a German country and find out, but I don't want to mess with that. And then we see it's Team 3 getting a truce with Austria, with all their team getting a truce. Maybe they won a truce with Austria because they're afraid of getting shellacked. I don't know if this is correct. It could be. I could be mistaken, but they won't have a truce with France if they want to dow France. Oh no, they will have a truce with France. They'll have a truce with France and Austria, so they can only go after Kebab. And they can go after Kebab, but France almost assuredly just lands Shandong and enforces. Like, there's no way to prevent this enforcement. So, France is going to get Shandong. Because even if you can kick them out, they could just keep relanding, and you can't defend, and you can't prevent Shandong from capitulating here. Because the AI is the AI. There's got to be some Diplo going on that we don't know about. Yeah, they're not chatting in the Diplo chat. They're chatting elsewhere. Is what they're doing. Ooh, I do see some movement between Team 2 and 3. Yeah, I saw someone from Team 2 in Team 3's chat just very quickly, and now they're out. So that is what is being seen, but nothing is being put in the overlaid Diplo, which I can't minimize, otherwise it doesn't show it on the thing, because this is a hot mess setup. So, but yeah, so there is probably some coordination here between Team 2 and 3. I mean, there just has to be for Team 2 to give back the bag. A huge portion of Team 2's growth, they might not even realize this, but a huge portion of their growth, like 5 million of their growth was here. Another 3 million was here. I guess Xiaozhou is not super valuable, but like they gave up 8 million GDP for this coordination. And so suddenly it's actually an extraordinarily close game. The score doesn't represent it at this current juncture, and I don't want to update the score while there's this huge revolt because Russia's GDP will suck. But yeah, I just don't understand this play specifically, or I think it's just a mistake because you don't get to put a war goals in and you get a bunch of truces. And so if they do want to fight Team 1, they must now have to piggyback. Also, you expend a bunch of resources, you lose the peace dividend, you can't expand against the AI, you have nothing to gain from this war, just chunking out France. Maybe this was the agreement, though. Maybe they said, hey, we'll just all out fight them here, you give us some of our stuff back, and we'll all out fight them. This will expend both of our resources, but in exchange we get Beijing and Xiaozhou, and this seems like a fine agreement to me. You know, well, fine enough. I think that, you know, Shandong is still going to capitulate, and then they're going to be trying to get Qing war reps. Those war reps is expensive, man. And so it looks like Kebab is going to be enforcing here as well, so that'll be another 5 million GDP-ish for France, Austria, Kebab. At some point, the UK is going to want to annex them. When is their truce up? 18 months, so not too long. So they should be able to get this before the end of the session. We have another hour and 45 minutes before 1:15. And so, you know, this will be kind of what we're going for. But very curious to see this. Also curious, are you building up tall here? They do encourage resources, and they do have quite a lot of iron mines, so they do not want to lose Shaanxi, which is kind of always the state of affairs. But now they've gotten back, oh baby, look at that. Now, they of course do want to swap over the PMs on these chop chops, but they are perhaps a little bit distracted by this other war. Looks like they're forcing France out of Shandong. The problem is they just like, they're not going to be able to enforce on France first here, and France can just peace out whenever they want after this. They can go after Kebab though, And maybe this is the thing. Maybe they want to release Persia, so they're waiting for Persia to get annexed, and then they'll release it immediately after. This would be kind of funny. It'll also nuke Afghanistan's access to the customs union. Looks like Great Britain's gotten some problems. Huh, are they involved in another war that would make them not... Well, it looks like they're involved in a couple wars. United Tribal Peasant Revolt is cracking them. This is the Quebeci Revolt. Where's the United Peasant Rebellion? Guess I don't really know. Wow, these guys are super slow to the colonization game. Or maybe it's not super slow. It feels a little bit slow. This is like a pretty good source of GDP that's zero infamy. Like if we take a look here, you know, 35k, but it's not that expensive. Your colony is just this tiny thing. Like if we were to take a look at Kenya, you know, there's 200k GDP here, but it's like relatively free. Maybe it's not the best source, but it will be, you know, long-term something that's really meaningful. We are on a PvP war, so that's why we're speed 3. And it looks like Shandong is going to get enforced on here. Liberate Belgium. Yeah, I think piggybacking on this war is a mistake unless it's part of your Diplo to get back Beijing and Xiaozhou. We're seeing UK help out Russia with their problems. So this might be why the UK is having some problems over here. Sweden is... Wait a minute. Okay, never mind. I thought for a second they were on the side of the religious revolt, which would have been a very sneaky thing to do. Looks like, yeah, France is still in Shandong. It's just, like, impossible to stop the AI from enforcing on this type of war. Or, well, like, when you're trying to protect Shandong, you're playing in single player, it's, like, it's very difficult to kind of prevent these types of things. And so, that they are piggybacking, like, if you could reasonably stop them from taking Shandong, maybe this war is okay, but there's no way. Because they can just keep relanding and relanding. Let's see, let's take a look at the eco here in East India. See if they're building tall with the iron mines here. No. I wonder where they're getting their iron from then. Because surely they're on iron frame buildings. This is the new capital, so let's take a look. We're not encouraging road maintenance. We have a lot of turmoil from the event at the very start. We have construction centers. We are on iron frame buildings. Are they part of someone else's market? Is I guess the second question to ask. They're not. They must be importing their iron from someone then? Perhaps from Great Qing? Great Qing did have a pretty high level iron mine here. So maybe this is what they're doing? But, yeah, East India will not be able to target Austria with war to return states. Ooh, UK has gotten... Team 2 is so vulnerable right now with 2 huge revolts. I don't even... I mean, if there's ever a time to just decide you're going to try and 3v6, now would be it for Team 1. Just Dow on Great Britain. Like, Russia's occupied. Canada, Carney is probably screaming at the screen about India or something. He probably is. It's like, there's probably questions to be asked in regards to the order of this annexation as well. I don't know what the... Oh my god. I don't have iron, so I can't look at where the iron is. No. Well, actually, you probably should annex Mysore if they have gold mines. Like, that should probably be the first annex. Anything with gold mines is, like, first take, generally speaking. But, yeah, it's curious. I wonder which side they're on. Prussia is supporting the revolt, which implies to me that the player is playing the radical Great Britain. So let's take a look. Yeah, Alfred is playing radical Great Britain. He swapped. So this is an infamy reset. Oh, and he put the UK in the religious revolt first. Big nice. But yeah, this will be an infamy reset for them. So they'll go from 68 to 0 infamy. And they will also... Radical is generally kind of the government direction you want to go in anyways, and so this will be super fine for them as long as there's no interference, which it looks like there won't be. So maybe this was the terms of the agreement. Hey, we're going to stick in and fight this long, useless war, and you guys get to rev in peace. Maybe this was the nature of the agreement for giving back Beijing and Shaozhou. And also, I mean, Shandong's getting enforced on no matter what here. They're probably going to give up the bag pretty soon. But France actually can't start a war. So I was talking about maybe it's a good time for France to go after UK. They can't right now. So maybe this is the point. You're saying, hey, we can tie them up for a while. There was also some North German leadership thing going on. I don't know how or what that was about. Looks like someone is landing France, which is big funny. Of course, it doesn't matter, but they're causing turmoil and stuff in France. Also losing troops with as the USA. For a second, I thought that was the Confederate flag. I was like, man, I really missed a lot here in terms of the revs. Looks like radical Great Britain is crushing, as it usually does, when it's like the everywhere but London revolt. Yeah, Carnia might have preferred a Dominion here as well. But I don't really know. That's also what I would have preferred, but... I wonder if they're trying to negotiate them leaving Shandong alone. I think the play is to try and take Shandong yourself and just enforce faster. But... okay. You know, is Kebab up to anything? Nope. These guys are in a war. Everyone's in a war. But it's all PvP. Man, there's been so little PvE. The PvE has been the taking of this Mexico, going after Peru, Bolivia, and going after Persia. Which, I mean, we do get a really caked up kebab here, where this is the annexation of Persia. East India Company begins embargoing Austria. Makes sense. They're probably trying to import grain and dyes and this sort of stuff. Looks like this revolt is going to finish pretty quick. I think, is this that the religious revolt is pushing in? I guess it is. So, if you lose a revolt, you just get bricked. You lose your country. So that's GG. So you can't afford to lose this war. And they are losing this war. This is super not good for them. Because you don't get to just switch sides onto the revolt. You die. Brazil's a little inconsistent, but yeah. I would not have... I think that would have been decent. Austria starts a play against, wow, Russia. I'm assuming this is Liberate Ukraine? Liberate Kiva? This is just to fight them to make sure they lose this. Liberate Poland. And it's made primary. They're only infamous here, so... they can afford this, but yeah, this is unreal. This is... the unraveling. They're gonna lose to the religious revolt. They're not in charge of the religious revolt here. He's playing as Russia. EIC was in a rough spot the moment they took radicalism decision at the start. Handicaps a lot of the snowball. Yeah, it is rough because you have the huge construction malice. But no one can come in now and help out Russia against this. So Russia's best bet is actually release playing as Perm before this war ends here. Oh, this is so rough to watch. But they do have a lot of eco in Perm, so I think you just release play as Perm. I don't know. I don't think... If you haven't figured out a way to start winding this war back in your favor, I don't think you're going to suddenly figure it out now. So... should I tell him he can release play as Perm and that he gets bricked? I could ask the stream. Kind of think I should tell him. I'll run this for about 30 seconds. Start a poll. But I'm gonna run this for just like 30 seconds because it is timely. And if I tell him he's gonna get bricked, then I'm also going to inform him that he can release play as Perm. Alright, just gonna give this another like 20 seconds. So far everyone says yes. Alright. Do you guys have Russia on your team?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, if you lose this revolt, you are completely bricked. So,
I know.
So, you can release play as, like Perm, for example, before you get enforced on.
I know.
Okay, just want to make sure you still have something. But, alright. So that's grim for them. Let's take a look at the results of the poll. I kind of didn't poll for very long. I was getting anxiety. Because I don't want someone to get, like, full bricked, but this is the... I'm glad that he knows what's going on, and he knows that he can release play as Perm. This is super, super rough, though. And so I'm guessing that's what happens here, but then... Wow, this is so wild. We haven't seen this. Also, Quebec gets freedom. Quebec? I wish I was better at the accent. But this is catastrophic for Team 2. That this revolt is going to crush them like this. You wouldn't have thought that you would get bricked if you didn't say so, so yeah. It is uncompromising. It has come up before, though, I think when TS Emporium was playing, so I think that their team would know. Looks like we see a war against Burma and Afghanistan as well. It looks like Kebab is annexing Afghanistan and Burma is getting whatevered. Subjugated, and Dainam and subjugating, and Siam and subjugating. Oh, wow, just going for everything. I'm not sure if they have enough time to annex. Is there a PvP war going on? I don't think there is anymore, so we're gonna speed things up because it looks like this is finished. And we get another revolt. Jesus. Well, this is so wild that this has happened. I guess it's unlucky on the timing with the British revolt because the British revolt, or the Great Britain, was helping out Russia and then they couldn't help out Russia anymore. That is just big spooky. I think once they capitulate to the revolt here, or once they release play as Perm, which I think they're gonna do pretty soon here. I think they're just trying to organize their eco. Why is the clergy pissed? Did he try and switch off state religion? That is probably it. I'm trying to think if there's... they could have not liked guaranteed libs. He eventually went back to censorship. Homesteading can cause problems. Depending on the ideology, I think. Yeah, might have been trying to get off state religion. Could be unlucky with the agitators. It'll be curious to in the post when talking to these guys. It'll be curious to there's so much I'm curious about. Like there's a lot that's going on. Perhaps I should be jumping in their VCs a little bit more to try and coax like what's going on out of them and this sort of thing. But this is just a little bit of madness. Also see Austria drop this play against them, which is a little bit curious. Maybe they just capitulated. I don't even see a truce there, so that's weird. Okay, I'm super confused. Are they playing as Lithuania? Oh, could they not release Perm? What the fuck? Could you not release Perm?
No, I couldn't release Perm.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, wait, so our GDP dropped by 30 million. GDP.
Yep.
It's fine. We will rise as Poland Lithuania.
Godspeed. Oh, Jesus. That is grim. We are going to give a score update, given this huge turn of events. But France is, we're just going to use France's old GDP and not update their GDP. Austria is, wait, what? How did Austria gain so much GDP? What the fuck? Austria is absolutely blasting. Did they annex something? Oh, their GDP was not accounting for the fact that they had this revolt going on. Got it. They had the revolt going on while we looked at their GDP last. And so this represents 2 phases of GDP growth, but they're up around 30 million. France, we are not updating because they're in a revolution. Kebab went from 18 million to 26 million, so the Kebab player is doing fantastic. The 9th pick is kind of the worst pick, so really, but they're just they're PvEing over here and just going big. The Russia player has gone from 56 million to 440k, so that's a big loss. Prussia is up to 21.7, so up around 3 million. God, it's so rough they couldn't release Perm. I feel so bad right now. I actually kind of want to pause the game and let them swatch to Perm and release Perm myself, but I don't know if that's appropriate. I don't think that's appropriate. I want to though, but I don't think I'm going to. USA, we're not going to update their GDP. Yikes, it looks like almost all their GDP is in this revolt, and they might lose this revolt. Is anyone playing on the side of the revolt? Okay, thank God for them that no one's joined against them. But yeah, if they lose, they get bricked. Xing is up quite a bit though. 150 million, so they're up 25 million from last check-in. And then EIC is up around 7 million, so 57.2. Oh boy, that has some big changes in the score. Like what's going on. I'm gonna update the players. But now it becomes... yeah, super rough. We might have to adjust rule set a little bit for this, but also... I don't know, don't have a revolution that bricks things. God, I feel so bad. Because, like, Russia's just gone. I'm just thinking if I want to do something. I don't think I do, but... Ugh. Team 1 is running away with it, yeah. And there's no tripedal balance anymore. Or it's significantly nuked. So, like, Team 2 can even say, hey, we're just going to go for second place, and we're going to team up with Team 1 against Team 3 now, because they're so far behind. God, that sucks. Lithuania even have anything? They should probably join someone else's market. Oh, why are you adding barracks, my guy? You gotta do 0 barracks from here. You just got a full eco. I mean, I think. God, I don't even know how you're supposed to play this. Looks like France moved their capital. Oh no, they just got a lucky rev where Paris wasn't surrounded. I don't think anyone joined in on this, but this is, man, this is the age of revolutions. Wow. The peasant revolt is winning here. Oh my god. I gotta let him know what's up. I gotta let him know. Double check that they do in fact know.
Yeah, well, I told him to switch.
Just so you guys know, if you lose the revolution, you get bricked. Are you
Well, we
aware?
already lost the revolution, so
Have you lost it?
yeah, he lost it.
Wait. Yeah.
I mean, it's still going on, but it's looking like he's going
Because
to lose it.
that's what happened to Russia.
So,
the
so what's
scores.
Russia doing?
The Russian players playing Lithuania. You can
So
release
how
a
did that
country.
work?
So you can release a country and play as them. The Russian Revolution won. They played as Lithuania. So right now you
So-
can release play as like California or Texas
Do that now.
Yeah.
or whatever's
I don't know.
biggest.
I don't know, I think we still have a chance as...
No, look at the war score, dude. He's about to go. As soon as it drops in the negative, he's gonna. As soon as that drops in the negative, you lose your civil war.
I don't think that's how it works.
Okay.
I think you have to get minus 100.
Yeah, you do.
Not for civil wars.
What do you
No,
want
no,
me to
no,
release?
Russia's civil war still was going
Unless
down.
this is an America unique mechanic, I'm not privy to.
It's not the actual civil war.
But
What do you want me to release?
anyways,
Texas or New Africa?
I can't do New Africa.
it has to be
because I
stuff
have
that's not controlled by the Rev.
I mean,
I can
California
do-
would be the best
Yeah.
in terms of potential growth because you don't have all of Texas yet.
All right, so this is absolutely wild. So asking it for a friend, what happens when you get annexed? Let's just pop up the Diplo chat here. But yeah, they are going to get losing the Civil War. I assume that they're not going to help them. I'll also let them know that they could release Shing State or something like this if they wanted. Just so you guys know,
we
you
could-
could also release like a Shing State and have them play as them if you preferred. You could have an ally release a state. But you would lose the U.S.
I'll let you
tech,
guys talk about it.
But
Yeah, thank
just
you.
letting you know
Thank you.
if you had any questions. Okay, so yeah, this is absolutely catastrophic for that is a GDP score of something. And not only that, their allies are the East India Company and Qing, which don't have a lot of European pops. So you can't even join the customs union and branch it, like, just crank up. What you have to do here in California, unfortunately, is you just have to build a bunch of railroads. Wow, there's literally nothing. That's so grim. That's so grim. They're just effectively dead. Just updated USA. I'm just gonna update the USA score here. But this is the age of revolutions here, baby. And suddenly this is game again, but it's game for second place, right? So it's 0.024 on their GDP. And so we'll just do this and then post it. California 1000 IQ move. Yeah. And now I've given them the updated scores. So now it's abundantly clear that it's teams 2 and 3 against team 1. We could just overlay the Diplo. Yeah, but Cali is the new hotness, I guess. And so now, oh, what is this going into Russia? We see Prussia fighting Denmark and Russia. Russia is now controlled by the AI, though. And the British Republic. What is this even for? Conquer Schleswig-Holstein. Alright, fair enough. Unfortunate that Lithuania is not going to be able... It's just so grim. Why so many revs? I mean, there's a lot more in 1.3. Why are the revs so strong? France got the easiest rev, yes. Why are the revs so strong? It's a lot easier to not worry about revs at all when you can pause. Because when you know the rev is coming and you know what states it's in, you like downgrade all the PMs and like this sort of thing, and it's way more manageable. I think when you're stuck in at speed 4, it's actually a lot harder to play. I think it makes a pretty significant difference. But now we are going to see France, Austria, and Kebab. We're going to see how they handle this. Basically, I think it's going to be kind of a 4v6, right? Because USA is now Cali. And why don't we update some of these to represent this? So we're going to update this. Oh god, it hurts so much. And USA is now Cali. Both the first picks got bricked as well. Or USA and Qing were picked together, so I guess it's not a first pick. We'll do that. But that is not how you dry it up. It's partially a 1.36 thing, though. 1.3.6. It's partially just like a mismanagement. I mean, God, I haven't seen it before in these things, so maybe it is 1.3.6. But the revs are super risky, and you should generally avoid revving because another team can join in on the other side and just completely nuke your country. Also, really unfortunate for them they couldn't release Perm because it was partially occupied. Because Perm would have had a solid GDP. Like, if we take a look at like what is here in Perm, you know, there's 2.3 million people, and if we take a look at the GDP, it's like, it's decent. It's not like below 1 million, you know? But man, so their teams should be, this is so unfortunate, their teams really should be, like, juicing them with money. You should be sending money to Lithuania. Look, pops are leaving, Jesus. They're losing pops to the British market. Ugh. North German Fed forms, though, so this is good for Team 2. Lithuania, Prussia, and UK. pretty nice looking North German Fed. This is 31 million GDP, so this will help them a lot with the growth. I think that, or we could just hover the GDP and kind of take a look, but like, look, this is like a 30-40% gain, so that's pretty substantive. Looks like France is going to annex Belgium here. And, you know, these two teams have to be talking. How are we going to deal with Team 1? I really don't know who's going to get the Generalist point. I really have liked the East India Company's play so far. But their team is doing, like, pretty poorly. Normally it goes to, like, the winning team. I mean, it's definitely not going to USA or Russia. I don't think you could possibly give it to them. In multiplayer, is it really bad to build barracks in the capital to max level? So even if a country revolts, it's easy to put down. It's generally if you're building barracks, this is where you want to do it. Russia also should have probably deleted some of their military. I think it's a little bloated at game start, and so you strategically delete some of it so that it's not gonna. You're in maybe a little bit better shape. But it does look like Prussia did get North German, they did get German leadership previously. Oh, they hadn't completed the question. EIC would be a clear winner here if they had gone for India. I don't know about clear, but they should have, they should have done the trick. Oh, you mean clear winner for the Generalist point? I don't know. I have to take a closer look at France, Austria, and Kebab. But almost all their growth has been from military, right? I do think France is doing pretty good. I think they kind of botched their war a little bit. But maybe this doesn't matter. Kebab's doing pretty good too, but Kebab has been just steadily growing through annexation, but this isn't like too much. I mean, Austria has just absolutely been cranking up GDP as well. This is actually pretty vertical, and I don't know what they're doing exactly, so we could take a closer look. It looks like they are expanding out wood quite a lot. This must be where they're encouraging. Oh, they're not encouraging resource industries. And, like, I should have better metrics than, like, checking if they're running their economy exactly how I would run it. I don't know what they're spending their authority on. It might be bolsters or something like this. It's possible to end discrimination in EIC if you start as... you can get pan-nationalism and end... Yeah, I'm aware that you could do this. This is kind of... So what you can do is you can join someone else if you are released on day 1. They are now a pariah, though. So this is a bit of a risky move, but I assume that the idea is... look, we're not going to get... At this point, we're not going to get 6v3. And so... Or 6v2'd, I guess. I don't know if you can consider Cali... Oh, Jesus. Look at this. Clawing their way back to the USA. USA declares on Cali and the two teammates join. Obviously, there's no way you can, like, do anything else. But... I'm guessing, yeah, France does look like they're trying to stay under 100 because they do not want to get cut down to size. And they can still get Occitania released unless they move their capital to Occitania, which would be such a baller move because you're moving your capital from an inland state to, like, Languedoc or whatever. But this actually might be the play to avoid the release of Occitania. It looks like maybe they're not building too much. They built a lot in Rhone. Looks like, or there is a lot of GDP in Rhone. But if you specifically avoid, the most is there, but there's quite a lot here, because, yeah, they built out a lot here. So the release of Occitania would hurt a lot, so you can move your capital to the Occitanian capital. What's this? Are they just trying to... It looks like they might just be trying to feed the miners here. Looks like Lithuania is trying to become Sweden. Which, fair enough. I don't think you can form any of this stuff, but... And Russia is actually just being a dick. The AI Russia now. Because this is AI Russia is deciding that they want to fight. So... And do they want Lithuania? What's going on here exactly? They want to humiliate Lithuania. They're just joining for the hell of it. And what's the power projection? Okay, alright, it looks like North German Fed is stronger than Russia, which is something, but this is painful. If you can't join, someone else going to Bengal rather than taking radicalism is a lot stronger, I think. Going to Bengal? I don't know about that. That's rough. You get like the 3 states? I guess it's like half your GDP in these 3 states, huh? That still seems kind of rough because it's going to be way more infamy to go for everything. Generalists, are all the playing spots taken? All the playing spots are taken for today. I think we're going to do this bi-weekly. And so I think 2 weeks from now, you can join the Discord and pay attention to the multiplayer game announcements when I'll say the next one is going to be. If I look at the stream numbers, and the stream numbers from this stream were fantastic, maybe I'll run it back next week, though. For today, yes. Yeah. You can transform the EIC into Bengal, excluding all subjects at Generalist. I was unaware of this. Makes everyone non-discriminated. Yeah, I was unaware of... This is probably best, because then you get to move the capital to Delhi, right? You'll have to play sometime, Carnia. First pick EIC. Yeah, it looks like they're getting landed. But I like the EIC players play. But their team is just absolutely getting... You know... They've been very active with the landings. I guess we could... I just don't know where their iron is coming from here. There's not really a good way for me to suss it out either until I get iron. I guess I could build... No, I can't get iron. Actually, I think I could do this. Nope, I'm isolationist. Jesus. Okay, never mind. I take it all back. Maybe I should start playing as one of these countries that has access to iron, just so I can look at the iron on the map, because it's come up more than once. Yeah, Russia's getting pushed. God, this has to be humiliating. You're getting attacked by your former self. Just insult to injury here. But they have a ton of infamy with which to, like, feed Lithuania as quickly as possible. I don't know if these are the best states to feed them, though. Maybe they're good enough. What if someone takes EIC, then you're just crying in a corner? I think you might be able to convince your team to draft EIC relatively early. And I think that also EIC generally goes pretty late. Can't you open the market tab? The problem is my market doesn't have any of this. And normally you could start an import route for it, by my understanding, but I can't because I'm isolationist. Oh, you know what? I could probably do it. It's just annoying. Here, let's just take a look. So we know that perm. There we go. Show production on map. Yeah, they're producing almost nothing in terms of iron. A ton is coming from Great Qing. A ton is coming from Silesia. You see the specialization on the map. Alsace-Lorraine, Lancashire. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Cheap. It's cheap in Russia. Russia, did they swap back down? You know what? Russia was probably exporting it to the rest of their team. Lithuania, Prussia, UK. Yeah. God, this is so, like, painful. Oh, and they're even pushing into Lithuania. No! No, poor Lithuania, please. Oh, I'm still live currently? Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think it takes a few minutes, doesn't it? Ready
For
to
it
go offline.
Offline? Yeah, okay, super. Alright. Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, so I don't know, have you built your PC on the PC yourself?
I did. I literally have not been having any problems except for I started to have some today, so...
Like, has anything changed?
No, nothing's changed. I mean, it's hot
And,
today.
like, did you transport your PC or something?
Nope, nope, nope. It's just
Okay,
hot
that's weird.
today, a little bit. It is weird. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, if you... I mean, if you... okay, if you're... But then that means that your CPU is overheating.
It could be. I don't think that's
But that shouldn't happen. Like, it shouldn't happen unless you're
Yeah.
like not cooling it properly.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, maybe the thermal paste is like poorly applied and it, like, you didn't realize until now. I mean, I guess. I mean,
that's
like,
possible.
that's
I
the
don't
only
think-
reason I can see why it's overheating. Because if you like just sitting there at like, I don't know, 38 degrees,
I don't
it would
even...
just like throttle itself.
I don't even know if it's overheating, if that's the problem.
Hmm.
I'm just suggesting that it could... Like, right now I'm just trying to get back into the stream as quickly as possible. I'm
Okay.
gonna join on this. Oh, I'm already joined. Okay, so... How do I end here?
What was it?
Okay. But yeah, because also the first one happened like right when I booted up. I actually think it could be so. Another theory is that it could be there's been power like energy grid problems in my area.
Okay, yeah, that's that could be it. I mean, if it's straight after after the boot, it's not, you can't be temperature.
Yeah. I'm plugged into the wall. But
well, I guess it's most likely in the grid then.
which would that makes so the computer just fully not starting doesn't make sense with what I was having earlier this morning.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, true, the starting, but the starting doesn't make sense in terms of the power grid being the problem.
So there's been a power outage where, or like a power thing. This happened in my area before, where, what it did is it switched everything to low power mode or something. So I can only draw so many watts from the wall.
Okay.
So it
yeah,
throttles...
but you should still be able to launch 2 windows. That shouldn't be a problem.
No, it's all the lights in my house are dim, and I can't turn on anything any appliance that's heavy duty. I can't run the microwave.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense. But I mean, a PC isn't that heavy, I guess.
I mean, my power supply is heavy. It might just draw I think I have
your
a
power
1200
supply
watt
probably...
power supply.
Oh, what the fuck is a GPU?
It's gratuitous. I wanted to make sure I had enough.
Dude, I'm on the 850,
Yes. Well,
and I have better parts. I draw a max of 500 watts.
that's probably what I'm drawing.
I mean, wait, let me
Or maybe it's 1100. No,
yeah,
it's
no, it's
watt.
1200 normally, but that's way too much for what you need. For what you should be needing. I think even if you have the best parts, you shouldn't even get close to that.
Yeah.
And let me think. It's a 450 for a 4090 and 300 watts for a 3900K, so that's 700 watts plus RGB plus RAM. That's maybe 800, 900 watts max with a maxed out system. So
I don't have a maxed out system. I can't play past 1900.
I mean, the good thing is you won't ever have to upgrade your PSU now.
Yeah. That was also one of my ideas. I was like, I never wanna. Yeah. Yep. Sorry to everyone on the stream. Now, why is the stream not showing? Okay, it is showing the game now. But yeah, the good old.
Okay, yeah, I'll move back now.
Okay. So, yeah, sorry to everyone on the stream. We still need one more person in. We gotta check who that is. But yes, I live on the West Coast. If temperature is triggering the blue screen, I guess it could be VRM or... Yeah, so it could be temp. I'm still not 100% sure. But... ...90 volt, which would cause issues on any PSU. Yeah. Who are we missing? Actually, I'm just gonna invite them all. I don't know who we're missing though. Oop. I guess I don't want to dox. Okay.
I think we're all good. Seems like
No.
everyone's in.
We're missing. We're missing
The
Alfred.
Lithuania? Oh, no, you're right.
We love the bear of freedom.
We do love the Bear of Freedom. This game is wild, with 2 countries getting bricked as well.
At least we got bricked.
About the NCR and Lithuania play.
Huh?
Go. How is that counted for GDP?
It's based off what you started with.
Okay, so they're fucked.
It's
basically.
amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's turned into like a 4v3, effectively. So Alfred, you're just getting timed out whenever you try and join?
I restarted the game.
Okay, perfect.
Was
So,
fucked.
but this game is like absolutely insane with 2...
It's very entertaining.
Yeah. It's been like an absolute wild ride. Also with the like opening of Great Qing Evisceration.
Yeah, that was on Team 2.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just
Yeah, I
can't believe-
mean, dude, like I
that.
saw the 100% win rate on Jing and was like, yeah, I can't let that be.
Yeah, well, so this is how it gets balanced out. I think it's the strongest country, but maybe not like the first pick, which is like so weird, but just
think-
because of
I think Great Qing has the same problem as UK. They're just easy to destroy.
yeah, I think yeah.
Like, I think Austria is really good because they can play really defensively.
Yeah.
They have a lot
I-
of mountains
I
south where the
agree.
coast is.
You can also hide your capital
And-
pretty well in Qing.
Dude,
Yeah.
I hate this. Like,
Yeah.
oh my god, this
Make-
game is so bad. Like I have to literally compensate for Russia's army. I'm spending more on military wages than government wages.
Which country?
The Lithuanian
Russia,
Tsar shall rise.
Dude, and I still have to expand my army in order to safeguard me from France and Austria. It's so
Yeah, you
fucking
should have released Finland if you were gonna go for making Sweden or making Scandinavia instead of Lithuania.
Yeah, there was an afterthought, I believe,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Finland is still a puppet. I don't think I can go play as a.
They're not even a puppet. I'm pretty sure they are
They're
just
can you not
to a monarchy thing.
can you not release? Yeah, you can't release play as personal union. I guess not.
No, you can't.
I
got timed out again.
I don't think it makes sense to release them.
got timed
like,
out
both
again?
countries have the same thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you restart the entire game?
Yes.
Should
Okay,
I
maybe we all
rehost the lobby
Restart
then?
the game.
Okay.
Yeah, let's all restart the entire game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, stream. So, Team 1, how does it feel to be so far out in front?
Kind of funny.
Unexpected as always for me.
Let's see if we can get the score back, because I currently don't have the score.
at all, considering we had the first round pick. I thought we were.
I'm not gonna like sugarcoat it. We basically got the victory handed to us because all of our countries rebelled.
The rebellions are crazy.
I mean, without the rebellions, I think we still would have had a chance. A bit of luck. But
So without the rebellions, you guys were still in first.
yeah, but they could have like outplayed us. I think the
I
rebellions
think
kind of
that's.
destroyed.
I think that's what. Yeah, I think that's what they should have done. God, hopefully my power doesn't get throttled again.
Yeah, well, like I said, they kept having rebellions, so they don't have time really.
I think in other words, we're not necessarily have played the best. It's just everyone kind of
Played worse.
Hey, yo, I tripled my GDP.
I mean, I just
I'm not taking this moment.
I lost to Great Qing and East India Company. Like,
Yeah, that was kind of my.
Yeah.
Of Team 1, France was doing really well, but that you
what?
you lost the war. That you lost the first
France
war.
lost every war they were pretty much.
yeah, I lost against the US. I lost against Great Qing, except for when I took Shandong.
Yeah,
well,
but
but that's
no,
that's like an unlosable
Oh, yeah.
war.
yeah.
Yeah.
You have to make some effort to lose that one. So some
Military
people in,
speaking, I think Austria actually did the best. I didn't lose a single war.
Yeah, definitely. Austria and the Ottomans have done really well.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think anyone really did anything directly against the Austrians or Ottomans.
I'm actually
That's the
thinking.
problem.
I'm thinking of giving the Generalist point. To
Well,
East
the thing
India
is,
Company.
there were plans, but you know,
Because-
we kind of had a problem with Russia,
Mm.
and now they're my antagon. Dude, like every war I declared, Russia is joining against me. This is so fucking stupid.
Yeah, I was
What
so
I should have
confused
done
when I
is I
saw
should have
like
released
Prussia and
everyone
Russia
in Russia
fighting,
before.
because I didn't
before
realize that like
I was also confused for a second and to realize what was happening.
okay, why did Russia release Lithuania? Why is Russia fighting for that? What the fuck is going on?
Oh, you don't know what's
Also,
going
How
on?
the fuck did you become California,
No, I
Russia?
noticed like later,
Oh.
but it took me a bit.
Yeah.
It confused me.
This game is very chaos. It would have been very funny if France lost their rev as well, and everyone just bricks
yeah,
the
but I
number one
was-
pick.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, like, luckily for you guys, I was preoccupied,
Yeah.
so I couldn't join against the
I
French.
wanted to join. I was about to join.
Oh, I need to. There's so many questions. Like I'm gonna forget what I should have like asked. Like I was so confused about everyone joining to defend Shandong instead of starting an
done.
independent play.
Okay, well, what we should have done with the French Civil War was that one player joins the revolt and then the other player joins the legit French side.
And then you just
And then
fail.
whoever he switches to, the player who's on his side just doesn't do anything. And he gets steamrolled no matter what.
That revs are super risky in this 3v3v3 format, and that is going to be the story of today. Like, no matter who gets second place.
I mean, I wasn't.
I mean, everything is
like
possible.
even
If I'm
before
really unlucky,
Austria.
belts.
Even before, I would have won that rev if it were just me against the revolt. Even before Austria sent their troops, I was already in the positives of winning.
Oh wait, for how long am I gonna play?
Till 1:15, so 45 more minutes.
Okay.
So I think it's kind of
Yeah,
a battle for second place.
Okay.
I mean, unless we can like
Unless
coalition
we
them
just
and release
coalition
everything.
Team 1.
Yeah, you could go for that. I don't want to
We
influence
could try.
Will
play.
lead us to victory.
I mean,
don't-
I got the largest army, dude. Come at me. Prussia has.
I think my army is bigger than yours.
No, I'm like 20 barracks ahead.
This is an arm race.
The 20 barracks
But the thing
talking
is, you
smack.
have twice my GDP, more than twice.
Yeah, I think even if you have more barracks,
All
I
right,
think I
so
can last
we're
longer.
missing
No,
the
dude,
UK.
we're
stop.
fully mobilized. I'm
I don't
only at
know
like
why
30,000.
I want to talk about. We're missing. We're still missing the UK player, right?
Oh no, it's not letting me in. I don't know why. Let me try again.
Okay, try again, and then if not, I'll load a different autosave. Because it might just be... Well, I don't know why it's not letting you in to join as whatever the UK state is, as however...
Did you actually accidentally, like, activate a mod or something? I don't know.
No.
Okay.
Also, I did not know what I was doing with the Republic thing. I just like blindly pressed things and it became a Republic.
What?
Well, at least your rebellion was at a fortunate time.
And I have a fully righteous 100 government now.
God bless. Man, this is so cursed with the California.
We, the Republic of
Wayne.
Bear,
Is California actually gonna win that
reclaim
war?
the Westerners.
Dude, one conscription.
California's gonna
One
crash it.
conscript.
We
California's
will
winning.
free
that
the
war.
Westerners from the
Alright.
clasps of the United States, and we will return to Mexico.
The good old two-state
Alright.
solution to political parties in the United States.
I don't know. I'm getting timed out all the time.
All right, I'm gonna try and load a different. I'm gonna try and load a different autosave.
Okay,
I'm
by the way, Generalist,
also-
I do not appreciate you expelling my diplomats. They went very far away from Austria all the way to your little shuttle.
Well, you demanded I
Just get
become a
expelled.
protectorate.
Yeah,
That
you
was
could've just said
rude.
no.
I told your diplomats that if you want earth and water, there's plenty down there.
Like,
This is go beer,
it
my
wouldn't
friend.
have changed anything in the game. If you
This
accept
is
it.
more cursed than the U.S.
It would have put me in your market. It actually would have been. Actually, it might
Yeah,
have
what
been
do you
bad
have
for
to
you.
offer? Like, what would have done?
Well, no, I would have had zero market access, so
I've
I don't think it
reloaded
does anything.
the game several times already. I don't know.
I don't know why it's doing it.
Also,
I loaded a
Alfred
different
and
save.
Russia, why did you guys back down against the US?
The U.S. declared war on us? Since when?
No, you declared war on the US. Why did you guys
Oh,
back
yeah.
down?
No, we won the war. It was a conditional win.
They liberated Mexico.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys just wanted to liberate Mexico. Also thought that you were taking New York.
No, we didn't. We didn't take New York in the end.
Alright.
God bless the Bear of Freedom.
We can take New York now, though.
We might have to
Like,
get someone from the
I don't
street.
know
If
how you're
Alfred-
pushing into the
One
US.
sec. If Alfred is unable to join this time, we're gonna ask if there's anyone from the stream who wants to play. I think we have a full first alternate, pseudo alternate, in
Oh yeah, we had an alternate. I remember that.
if Warper is still available.
It doesn't
Warper,
seem
my
like
beloved.
I'll be back real
so-
quick.
No, I'm
Wait,
offline yet.
Alfred, were you unable to join? Is that what you said?
It doesn't seem like I'll join. It's taking too
Load.
long now.
No, I'm still loading.
Timed out again.
Okay. I have no idea what it is. So I'm just gonna get a sub. I apologize.
What
Uh,
system
what
do
the
you have?
Different host?
Huh? We could try a different
Different
host.
host?
Do we want to do that? We could do
Yeah.
that.
But
Alfred, you're in Europe, right? So.
the longer we take on it, the less.
Well, yeah. But I also don't want to necessarily kick Alfred, right? When he is here and willing to play. I don't know how to fix the problem, and
I mean,
What's
you
your
can
check
ask
then?
for a replacement while we try to
yeah.
host.
Yeah, I asked Warper if he's still available. So who wants to? Who's got a fucking engine of the computer and wants to host?
Well, I'm in Europe, but I could host. Yeah, that's right, Jackson.
Is anyone
Well,
on the East Coast?
Yeah, I am.
I'm on the East Coast.
Is anyone on the East Coast and confident in their computer and wants to host?
With the 4090, yeah, I think I'm confident in my computer.
Oh
Okay.
shit.
Alright, you're gonna be the new
You get
host.
Okay, my 36 encountered like that.
I mean, it's about the CPU, isn't it?
California, as a fellow one province superpower, let's foster
Superpower?
great relations
Dude,
between
I
each
have bailed you out like 5 times already. Shut the fuck
The
up.
Republic of Bear and Horse.
I'm sorry, but what?
other. Bear and horse.
The Bear Horse Republic. We will rise.
Oh.
I guess in theory we should always have someone East Coast would be better to host as well.
I mean, it depends on the lobby, doesn't it?
Well,
Everybody,
our lobbies have been
right?
mostly Americans and Germans.
Like if it was like European,
Yes.
maybe a European should host.
Nah, it won't change anything. Like, it's just better for his ping, but not for him connecting.
I guess, yeah.
For the overall stability. Or I guess I don't know
As
too
soon
much
as
about that.
As soon as I get an interest, I will put it on California, and we will foster great relations.
Yes.
The best, really. This game,
The Bear
I swear
Horse
to God.
Republic.
This game is so cursed. Apologies to
It really
everyone
is.
watching
I think
this
it looks
stream.
actually pretty fine. Like there's
We
not
can
much
get you a
weird
state
stuff
in
going
Mexico.
Oh
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
I mean,
we will
don't
give
look
you a
at the
state.
West Coast of the
It's
US.
weird. It's weird,
Oh,
but there's
by
no
the
like
way.
border goal.
Lithuania will have its rightful place in Mexico. Have its gold mines.
I technically lost Quebec and USA annexed.
Tired
it,
Star,
so-
do you have a link for us?
I'm sure the California.
Yeah. Where do I find the link?
Kielbasa hot dogs.
Wait one sec. What's your question?
Yep, it's up.
Okay, cool.
Alright, nice.
You can have Baja California.
So California,
Yeah, yeah.
weren't you Russia?
Alright, nobody click anything until everyone's loaded in.
Lithuania was Russia.
It's very important.
Okay. California was America.
Yes.
Yes. This is
You know
like
why they
ethnic
revolted?
culture.
You
I
wanna know why
still
they
don't
revolted?
understand why you guys did that.
It's are you on team 1?
I am on Team 1.
That's probably why you don't understand. If you're
Listen,
gonna
Yeah.
if you're gonna lose a
Like-
revolution, you just get full annexed.
No,
Like,
so
at least go for the. I don't know.
I got regime changed, and it went downhill from there.
Just try for second place then. If I don't know.
You
I
got
just
wait, did
wanna
you get
pay
regime
the
changed
people
as
for their
Russia, and then you got
Yeah,
crushed?
I got regime changed as Russia, and it went downhill from there.
And it was just
Oh, so that's why
impossible
you
for you to
rebelled?
satisfy.
I can't change my government. I can't do anything. Yeah.
Oh,
Mine was
okay.
just bad gameplay. That's all it was.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
who
kinda
did the regime
foolish on my
change?
part, honestly. Who regime changed me? I don't remember.
UK, it was me.
UK?
I can turn this one.
How are you doing, East India Company? You annexing your stuff?
They are a pariah, just saying, if anyone wants to jump in on that.
Yeah, I can't afford to.
They're a pariah. I'm pretty sure teams 2 and 3 have got enough problems.
Yeah.
I have a truce with them, but the Ottomans could.
The Ottomans.
Come on in, guys.
They shouldn't. They.
You wouldn't dare attack the Republic of Bear.
Of Bear Horde.
Okay,
You're
just because of that, I'm gonna
bear.
put interest over there.
That is a southern accent if I've ever heard one. The Bear Republic. Republic of Bears.
Alright, is
Let's
everyone in?
Continue spamming.
Alright, disperse.
I'm okay. I have a question, Generalist.
Alright, what's your question?
Does it like transfer their starting GDP from America to California, or is it just gone downhill to like?
California's like at
Okay.
negative 14 million progress.
Yes, you go from your original start.
Like,
Wait,
it's like
so
negative
Russia's at
18
like
negative
I thought your plan
40
was
million?
like
Yeah, Russia's negative 40.
Lithuania, and then with
Oh,
that,
let's go.
the North Germans like take all of Sweden and have like a huge GDP percentage increase from Lithuania.
No.
Am
You
I
started.
like-
You
Oh,
started
am I
as
like-
you started as Russia, which had 40 million GDP.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Yeah,
because that,
you
like,
got downhill.
like as Team 1, like completely in the unknown. I thought that was maybe
How
their
much
plan.
percent how much percent am I at right now as France?
Who is as France? What's your percent GDP growth? All right, so for the stream, the percent GDP growth of every nation is 141% for France, 290% from Austria. Austria is getting a ton though of that from the states that they took in Bengal. 194% for
That's not that
kebab.
much.
1.2% is, or so 99% loss for Russia. 179% of their starting GDP for Prussia, 108% for UK. This hasn't been
that should be
updated.
more than that.
It hasn't
Oh,
been
yeah.
updated in a while.
Okay.
Yeah, because they nearly triple.
I don't think since North German Fed's been formed. USA is at 0.1% of their starting GDP. Qing is at 111%, and EIC is at 110%.
God bless the bear of freedom.
So kebab, Austria and kebab are doing the best in terms of percent. All right,
Yeah.
are we ready?
Yes.
Yep.
All right, disperse and
alright.
unpause,
All right.
and I'll catch up with the chat. All right, so sorry about that. GPU. I have a pretty old GPU, so it could be the GPU. The Turks have managed to grow pretty safely. Yeah, no one interfered with them. I think that one time we had an interference with Russia over Persia, and I thought that that was maybe a little bit too much, but we're seeing them get to grow. We're going to finish with the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and United Baltic regions as double forming Palea style. Hot. The game would be perfect if France revolt succeeded too. That would be actually super memey. You just notice that you don't think any of the big strategists are playing. Are we unpausing or here? We do not have a start yet. Looks like they are going after Gobir with the kebab. Oh. It looks like the game has been going, and I just don't know how to play the lobby as, Alright, so we are off and away, back in the seat. I suppose we could update the GDP because it is a little bit, it was from previous before North German Fed, but we're going to catch up on chat first. So Russia player got pushed into Lithuania and US player into Cali, yeah. So good afternoon, how's everyone doing? Well, the USA player's not doing too hot because they got turned into California, and the Russia player's not doing too hot because they got turned into Lithuania. That's kind of the biggest thing. I don't know who the big strategists are playing, but if you're talking about the people who are like theory crafting super heavy in the Discord, yeah, they are not playing. I know that I think it's, oh my god, Nike's fan has a kid, and I'm guessing Saturday mornings are probably bad for him. As a consequence, Carnia is not playing because he can't be guaranteed the EIC, and I don't know why Palea doesn't play, but those three guys are not playing. It would be interesting to see one of them on each team. Let's see, a spicy regime change. Yeah, so, I mean, maybe the regime change is not as good as I thought. Did you try passing any laws? He got regime changed into something where he couldn't do anything, and it was just downhill. And so, in the post-game interview, probably going to try and figure that out from him. It'll be interesting to see if these two teams try and kneecap Team 1 or if they try and fight over second and third place. But overall, just looking tremendous for Team 1. I am thinking, though, that the Generalist points... So far, I think East India Company's probably played the best. And they've lost territory, but, like, they've made... I think that they've done very good despite the thing. We see Lithuania get some big growth. I think once this war finishes, actually, we'll update the things. Or maybe we'll just not update for California. And so let's go through it now. just kind of see where everyone's at and update GDPs, because now we are not in revs. So France is going to be up quite a bit now, because last time we checked they were revving, so they're up 62.3. So they're up about 20, or they're up about 50%. So the gap is even bigger than before. Austria's been cranking up. They're up to 74.6. So this is a 7 million gain, which is actually a pretty big gain. So 74.6. I know it went up to 0.7, but it was 0.6 when I looked at it. Kebab is up to 35.5, so up 9 million. Very strong growth from Kebab. And Russia is up to 3.35. So we're just going to round that to 3.4. Prussia is up to, from 21 million last check-in to 32 million. 32.1. And UK, probably doing, why is there, what the hell is going on? Why is their GDP so bad? What happened? Oh wait, now it's 55? Oh, I read their population? Oh, my eyes are what's bad. 55.9. GG, rip my eyes out of my skull. Okay, USA is now playing as California. We will update them. It's inconsequential right now. We'll update them once they get some stuff annexed. China's up 8 million, which is nice, but it's not going to help them too much on the percentage front. Super close without updating the EIC, but the EIC is at 62.9 for a gain of about 5 million. And so we have our updated scores, and we will let the teams know. Super close between second and third, which might lead to a breakdown of diplomacy between the two. I wonder if they could trick one into fighting the other team and then just bail. That's probably the strat, but those are the updated scores, and we are in it. So let's just take a quick look at who's fighting who and what's going on, and who's crying, who's screaming, and who's throwing up. Because everyone's doing a little bit of... There's a little bit of that all around. So looks like some good territory has been acquired. And kind of expecting Lithuania to be declaring wars on cooldown here. They do have conscription edicts down here. They just have all the edicts. Yeah, because when you're a one-state minor, this is how it'd be like that. I suppose we don't need... Why is this so big? Don't need all that. Don't know why that happened, but okay. Let's catch up with chat a little bit. Carney's bankruptcy reset for 10 years straight. Bankruptcy reset revs for 10 years straight. Yeah, T-Rex says, greetings. Hello, T-Rex. Welcome to the 3v3v3. So, I think that the thing is you can't load and you have to play on speed 4. So this does change quite a bit, you know, from what you can theoretically do and what you can actually achieve. And so it's just kind of important to recognize this. I wonder if they get stomped. How are you guys doing in this war? Okay, no, you're still winning. Okay, and you're just going to get a landing. Okay, cool. So we have Team 1 out in front. France, Austria, Kebab. France is going after North German Fed. So they're putting it to the test. And so this is actually going to be pretty big once this war starts. This is going to be a big one because these are the two biggest militaries in the game right now. So this is going to be, and it's curious. I'm very curious to see if Team 3 will heed the call and join against France. Austria, I think, is not joined anything. Notably, I'm not sure. Oh, they're just annexing Oman. I thought this was against Egypt. It's not. Looks like Egypt might have backed down. That's what it looks like here. So Kebab doesn't get the full shebang, but that's fine because they're about to be involved in a big war. And we see North German Fed. Austria joins against the North German Fed. And so this has suddenly gotten a lot bigger. People are probably scrambling to, you know, you could take a pause here. I think that there's supposed to be a pause. Just gonna take a 30-second pause, because that's what you're supposed to do. And so, will Gondor answer is the question. Yeah. Will Gondor answer? That is the question. We are off and away on North. There's no way North German Fed can beat both of these, and so it is going to be. Yeah, so I'm just very curious, but this is given time for, you know, people to join. We see the British Republic has joined. They're liberating some stuff from here. Liberating Occitania is going to be huge. Conquering Bohemia is pretty big, but return. Liberate Bengal. That's also going to absolutely shellac this. And since this is getting liberated, I think the EIC and Qing kind of want to be in on this war. I don't think they win this 2v2. I think France and Austria beats Britain, and let's see, power projection 1200, 35, so that's close to 5k, 22, 37. Austria's huge. Yeah, so they're about 1k smaller, and they also have the less protected capitals, because the home counties is easy to enforce on. Will I update the rankings to reflect players clearly favoring Cali and Lithuania over GPs? I probably should. This is the way. But I'm disappointed to see these guys not get involved. I guess this war is kind of like existential to some extent, but I mean, this is going to decide. This to some degree decides the fate of the lobby, right? If Team 2 wins this war, I think they guaranteed get at least second place. I don't think they could get first place, but this is a lot of GDP to slough off of, you know. Occitania is like, I think like 15 million. Hungary is, you know, a big chunk. This is also where their biggest GDP, like, let's take a look at the GDP heat map and like just, yeah, Hungary's got a huge percentage of GDP. There's a ton in Rome. And Bengal is a huge portion. And then Bohemia is also big. In fact, almost all of Austria's GDP is under this, under these war goals. And, yeah. And then we see nothing too crazy. The Conquer Silesia one will be crazy. So, like, you absolutely can't give this up. But this war is absolutely going to be massive. Now, the problem is, this defense of Shandong has created a bit of a problem, hasn't it? This is actually might be why they're not joining, because they can't join an offensive, or they can join a defensive war, they can't join an offensive war, and they have an active truce, 5 months left because of the Shandong shenanigans, and so they can't join if it was an offensive war. I don't think it was. I think it was a defensive war when France is going after this. But they had plenty of time to declare an interest in the area with the pauses, and so I'm thinking, yeah, the France is the offender, right? The offensive is always on the left, and so, but yeah, this will be enough to actually. I don't think this is enough to catapult them in the first place, but maybe it is. I don't know, this war is going to be a pretty big deal. I guess we only have 20 minutes, though. Whoa. Lithuania's trying to be somebody. Up to 4 million GDP. Cali hasn't won their war yet. They will soon. Yeah, but this was timely, very important. Whoa. It looks like someone might not have had enough people defending and just immediately this is indicative of having not only getting multi-landed, but not having anyone assigned, unassigned on fronts. So just the very quick push in here. And so some loose play by the French in terms of how this war is going. But, you know, if North German Fed loses Silesia, this is where they have built tall. Expecting to see this is just going to collapse their economy. Like, if we hover this again, Silesia is their most valuable state. Rhone is somehow becoming their most valuable state, which is a bit risky because of the release Occitania potential. But this player war is going to be... Oh, Jesus. Just France's... Oh, my God. This is going so fast. Oh, we're also going to slow it down for performance reasons. But this is so close. 1.96. France is losing faster. Because they have a ton of percentage occupied. Looks like they have not succeeded any landings on North German Fed or the British Republic. So they are in bad shape here. Now, California's got to be a little bit nervous. They don't want to get enforced on here. Because I don't think they're ticking down USA with what they've got. They need someone to land the capital. So, you know, East India Company and these guys asleep at the wheel a little bit. Oh, looks like they are going after the kebab. The East India Company is going after kebab. And China's not doing anything except helping with... Okay, so China's the one who's helping with... China's got to land somewhere, but it looks like they're actually... Are they? Nope, they're not helping. But this is just against the Ottomans. I think the East Indians can pretty comfortably 1v1 the Ottomans. To say the confidence is known only to them. Yeah, that's true. But they want to humiliate, war reparations, liberate Oman, liberate Persia, liberate Iraq. Which will do it. Notably not taking any infamy in that war. Let's take a look at how this is progressing. Looks like France is getting enforced on 2.6 versus 2.13. So this is looking really bad for France here. Looks like Austria's relanded here, but since, you know, it may visually look like there's no coastal access, but since you control some part of a province that is a coastal province, you still have full access here. And so they're still dug in pretty deep into Paris. And yeah, I'm shocked at how... Oh, when the fuck did this happen? Whoo! Whoo! Whoo-wee! I like the UK's play. It looks like California does get to enforce here, which will bring them up to a very, very notable... Now, 40% of a million. That's not notable at all. Hopefully they discover some gold and kind of get kicking. There's a lot of gold here. Ooh, gold fields. Yeah, baby. So they do need pops, though. They have, like, no pops. This is going to be a problem for them. No landing on North Germany. No landing on Great Britain. I think that France and Austria are not... I think that they're not handling this war too well if this is how things are going. Instead, they're just getting gummed up in the North German Fed rather than, you know, making progress in... well, that's the Brazil play. You know, they're not making any progress. Now, USA... Oh, USA is not even a player anymore. So Cali is not going to do anything... They're not going to get involved in any of these big wars. Looks like Qing has gotten involved, and Austria... Yeah, so... Ooh, looks like Austrian war reps are in here, but it is a mistake to use all of your maneuvers super early on because someone can join later. They should have paused when they joined, but I think the players are kind of aware of what's going on a little bit, but you are supposed to pause. I guess I will give a gentle reminder. Next time we do this, I don't want to penalize people, but Austria is supposed to pause. I haven't been super sticklery about it, though. You never noticed the stuff around the map? You mean you never noticed the Baguette Centaur? In all of his glory? Terrible. Yeah, this is so obnoxious because you can't navally land this, but Great Britain still has all their access. Great Britain's not re-landing, though, which is a mistake. You should just keep re-landing and just re-landing wherever, rather than just land and push. And so, you know, if... This is still super, super, super close. This war is unbelievably close. And now North German Fed is taking a faster decline because Berlin is partially occupied, which is sufficient for the war goals. And so they really need to occupy more of this land. They need to do more landings. This is super winnable by either side if they just crank in the landings that the other team doesn't, which neither of these teams are landing anymore. Which is a very big mistake. Oh, grapes? You're talking about the top and bottom? Yeah, like this stuff here, like the metal, and then at the bottom there's some grapes. Little cup or whatever is going on here. There's some nails. Some whatever. More grapes. Oh, just the grapes. The grapes of wrath. GDP, not GP. I was wondering, when failing Rev by releasing, their score could be the AI run state's GDP plus the release state's GDP? No. I mean, maybe that would be better. The viciousness of my no was, like, mainly a joke. I don't think I like that, but that is an option. Looks like Great Britain has gotten a landing into Austria and gotten a decent push. I think if we do this, we get to see the battles. So... yeah, looks like Great Britain is pushing in one spot and defending in another. Pushing here against only 8k. Looks like not a lot of sign of the Brittany front, but now we see a landing coming in. Finally. It doesn't look like it's going to be successful, but was that a multi-landing? Are we going to see a whole bunch more? I'm guessing this isn't successful. Really not a lot defending here, though. So would love to see more battalions defending and also multi-landings go more ways. The Ottomans are so far holding. Maybe because the EIC's gotten some problems. Well, the EIC somehow... oh, the EIC does have a war against Austria right now, which is going to affect how occupied they are. And... what's the decay? 3.59 versus 3.43. Okay, so they pulled it back a little bit with increased occupation. I think that this occupation also does help. A significant amount of their GDP is being occupied here, and I think it is based off GDP. There's spectator mode, but there's some things I can't look at. The spectator mode kind of blows. Gotta go, peeps. See you later, Mr. Mascoot. See the recap later. Indeed. This is... so close, though. But, I mean, minus 407? Oh my god. They're gonna get shellacked. They're gonna get shellacked right at the very end. I intend to let this war finish, even if it runs over time a little bit. Let's see how the Ottomans are faring. Ottomans just haven't gotten landed yet. And... oh, it looks like they're getting landed or pushed here. Oh, it looks like the Ottomans were charged with defending this. And they're just pushing them out of here, I guess. Hindustan's probably pretty significant. Yeah, they're running away with it now. It was close. Not enough landings by the French and the Austrians. France has a sizable navy at the start. They definitely could have multi-landed very, very aggressively, and they haven't. So now I really don't know who the Generalist point is supposed to go to. I guess we'll take a look at the score at the end. You don't understand why they didn't navally invade Great Britain and just force them out of the war. That is what they should have done. They should have landed the home counties, or you land Pomerania, Mecklenburg, and you push into Brandenburg from the top as well. Because, like, pushing into, like, the defense is, like, so much stronger than offense that you just want to create more fronts and just, like, push in on a bunch of fronts And this is, look, see, this is what the UK player is doing. The UK player has generated, and there's no one just defending the Occitania thing. So now, huge push. There's like no generals to like see you're pushing against the 0, so you're getting this free push. Even if you slowly lose on every other front, when you're getting a free push on a different front, you just create like so much more value for yourself, which is what the UK player's done. They've landed here, they've landed here, they've landed here, they've landed here. You know? And they're not stopping the landings. They're starting to continue the landings. They did stop the landings for a little bit. And like, even if you get pushed out of Paris, the way enforcement works on a human player, and this is my understanding of how it works in game, is once you get enforced below 0, it keeps ticking down no matter what. Even if they deoccupy the capital, and they are just gonna get the shellacking here. And they talked smack before we unpaused. They were like, I got the biggest military, I got the loudest car horn outside, and now we are going to see, Austria might enforce for Silesia though. This is possible. Fuck, man. God, people are so annoying. Pull out, that's what she said. Yep, the truth hurts. Before this war, you would say Austria, but now might be Great Britain. For the generalist point, maybe. I think that I am dissatisfied to see... I mean, Great Britain's fighting this war really well, but Great Britain's, like, GDP growth has been a little bit stunted. Like, look at this. It's not there. They're fighting the war as well, but like, let's take a look at, like, East India Company, which I think that they're landing here and doing this sort of stuff. Let's take a look at their GDP. They've been cranking up at a pretty good speed. This is a revolution, so this doesn't... and a revolution that's fully occupied, by the way. And so they've been cranking up. Of course, they do have, like, access to more guys to annex. And they should have annexed... They didn't even annex the highest, like, GDP one. You know, and they've been steadily growing. We see a Persian uprising in the middle of all of this. Like, Ottomans are collapsing. Of course, they're collapsing because they have 0 assistance, I'm assuming, in this war. And East India Company is landing. But East India Company has been just absolutely super aggressive with the landings, and they've been fighting the wars super tight. You know, they're part of why France wasn't able to enforce on Great Qing at the very start. And so I think they've been playing really tight. They acquired this... Although I don't know if that's correct, and they do have a lot of infamy. I don't know. Great Britain's growth is there, but it's a byproduct of the rules around the EIC, no? Well, so to some degree it kneecaps their economy at the start, and they can't grow as much, but they are getting, they are still getting a sizable amount of, you know, money from Hudson Bay, from down here, from Brazil, Peru, Bolivia, and so they can crank up construction, and they haven't really... I mean, they haven't conquered any territory, but, like, I still think this is relatively flat, given the fact that you are getting payments from subjects, and you should be able to expand quite a bit. But I think they might have expanded the military a little. I'm not I think that the UK doesn't start with that amount of battalions, so, like, maybe it shouldn't be looked at like this. France gets enforced on. Grim. Grim for France. So France has dropped precipitously to 45 million. Did they have to return Shandong? No, they did not. And we're going to see you liberate Bengal pretty soon here. And probably just see the end of... I think Team 1 still wins through all this, but this is pretty significant. Let's actually take a look at what France's GDP was before this war. So France before this war was 62 million, and now they're at 45. So minus 15 off their score, but that's still not enough to bring everything back. But you have to remember, almost all of Austria's GDP is released in this war. So let's take a look at the diplomacy. But there's no way. Because, well, actually, yeah. I'm thinking that Austria might enforce on North German Fed here. Just because you're not decaying them below 0 because you don't have the capital. They're minus 3.7 and they're minus 3.66, but you're not, I don't think you can claw this back. And so what's going to get enforced on the North German Fed is going to be the question. And it's just conquer Silesia, which actually is incredibly uncomfortable. You know, this is a huge chunk of GDP. And so when the dust settles, Who will be second place, I think, is kind of the question. Yeah, I don't really know. I think we're gonna try and see this war through as well. We are starting to run out of time. I guess it's just liberate Iraq here, because liberate Persia got bricked by the revolution, so now there's no liberate Persia anymore. Although I'm certain that they're going to try and prevent them from beating the Persian uprising, but this is super unlucky. This was the primary war goal, and then it's an uprising, and then it's like gonna get bricked anyways. But do want to see this war through. And see how things have gotten. I mean, I really like the UK. The UK is the only one who expanded really well against the AI. But they were like... I don't know, I don't like the GDP growth. But they haven't annexed anything either. The GDP growth of Austria is really super cranked. We got line infantry, baby. Yeah, there's no way... They're never pushing him out of Silesia in time either. Yeah, needed to... Austria is so hard to enforce on. Especially if you get Austria and Prussia, because you can move the capital to Bohemia, and you're even harder to enforce on. Great Britain player themselves have done pretty well. Yeah, I think it's probably between... Kebab hasn't made any mistakes, but they've also just basically been PvE the entire game, so it's hard to evaluate Kebab. They've grown like a decent amount, though, but they're about to, you know, experience a little bit of collapse. Austria is, like, doing really well, but a huge chunk of this is taking Bengal, right? Which, I'm guessing they're gonna... I mean, they're gonna keep Bengal here because they're never getting enforced on in this war, I don't think. And it's not in this war. So they'll get enforced on... Or I don't even think they get enforced on in the other war. I think they just take Silesia, they take the bag and they leave. And so maybe, it's between Austria, the UK... It's actually between one player from each team. I think it's between Austria, the UK, and East India Company. I mean, Qing's also... Well, Qing's pretty flat here with the GDP growth, actually. And then Prussia's done... I mean, Prussia's done pretty well, too. Prussia hasn't... I wasn't really a fan of some of their wars, though. I don't really know. Austria might lose a lot if they lose Bengal. They're not going to lose Bengal, because the Bengal war goal is in this war, not the war that actually has Bengal occupied. And it looks like they're about to enforce here. And we got 2 minutes. And so they take Silesia, they take the bag, and they get a big bump. Big bump. I mean, Austria could be the one for... Yeah, it's between... I think it's between Austria, UK, and EIC. But we are about to stop. Or maybe we'll stop once this war with the kebab is over. I think we actually should stop, like, on schedule. So, we're gonna stop.
Happens.
So that is 1:15 for the playtime. So we
Wait,
just...
so I lost Silesia 2 minutes before the end?
Yes, that is correct.
Oh my god. That's
It's very saddening, I know. I can appreciate
I
that.
love Occitania. I fumbled that so hard, but I don't know how you naval invaded because I had 3 generals at French HQ that would have stopped you, but I don't know how you did that.
Oh, he multi-landed you.
Oh,
Yeah.
and by the way,
Wait, like Britain did overlanding. Wasn't there like a landing limit in the game?
It's
there's
12
12
per team if we
Oh,
crash.
no, I
12.
didn't do-
Never mind.
I
So-
didn't do 12.
It's 12 per team
Yeah,
The Bear of
simultaneously.
Freedom loves the British.
yeah. There's no way.
The
they did
limit is the intention of the limit is not to balance the game, but to prevent the game from crashing.
Yeah.
So as I update the scores, I was discussing with chat who I thought should get the generalist point. I don't have a really strong idea because I think each team has had like a pretty good performer. So it's between Austria, the UK, to some degree Prussia. I do think the UK played better off Team 2, but if Team 2 disagreed, you feel free to talk that through, and the East India Company. Players that are uneligible for the generalist point are the Russia player and the USA player.
Oh, no. California's coming back.
So you guys could
Look at
discuss
the
it while I update all the GDPs.
What about California?
What about California? I fear that no.
But we
at
did
it,
so
it's the
well.
entire
We like
West
more than
Coast.
doubled their GDP.
Yeah.
You know
That's
what? Like Austria, like 400% of their GDP.
Yeah.
A huge
Yeah.
chunk of that is Bengal and taking Silesia at the very end, but like also their
Okay,
line
Bengal
is
like-
pretty uppy.
They're about to lose Bengal.
No, they're
Oh,
not.
no,
look at
It's
this
not in the
graph.
right. It's not in the right war.
You can't
It's
Yeah,
not a
attack
war goal.
Ireland.
It's not a war goal. What are you on about?
Yeah.
It's not war
We
goals?
were
You guys
so
didn't add it as
close.
a war goal? Oh my god.
No, I joined when he didn't have any
Oh, but
maneuver left.
That's why
By
you
the
save
way-
your maneuvers. We learned that in the last
ha-
one. Huh?
what happened to that pause when I invaded Austria?
Oh, I accidentally pushed pause. I didn't do anything. I immediately unpaused. Sorry.
Yeah, you are supposed to pause when you join as well, but that was
Wasn't there also a rule that you couldn't join 1 day before it ended?
you can't. What happened? Is that what happened?
That's what Austria did.
Yeah,
I mean,
that happened to
Wait.
me when I went to war with Great Qing.
Austria
that's
didn't. I didn't do that. When did I do that?
Wait,
Really?
when, what war with Great Who is, say what country you're playing before you say what happened.
Sorry.
Because
Okay.
I can't tell by your voices who.
France first war with Great Qing. Right before it started, India joined.
I don't remember that, but okay. Sorry if I did.
Right before it started.
Was that when you were also at war with me already?
That was when I was at war.
Yeah.
Like the first war I did for Beijing, Shaanxi, and war reps in China.
Yeah,
you
no,
joined
war
right
with
before it
Austria.
started.
I'm gonna see if a penalty would even be consequential.
Probably not.
I don't think it will be in this case, but
Yeah, it won't.
I also think I need to remind the players a little bit more.
I also
About
heard
the
someone say
pausing and
Austria
the-
did that.
Someone said
IS
Austria.
also don't. I heard that. I don't know who it said that.
I was just saying Austria did in the last war. That's why I didn't save my points, because it was past the 75 or 70 point, so then I spent the rest of them.
That makes
Because I
sense.
was like, Austria's not going to join, and then they joined in at 79.
Okay, so
Get
we'll have
this.
to maybe we'll have to
Not
update
sure.
the rule set a little bit, but yeah.
Like, I didn't notice that. Sorry then. That happened.
Yeah, you waited until I spent them.
No, like, I didn't pay attention. When I first checked it, you already spent them all.
It's all good.
Yeah, I don't think it. I don't think it would have made a difference for who
I mean, I
wins.
just would have gotten Bengal back. That's all.
Well, the game's over anyway.
Well, the Bengal, you wouldn't have gotten it back. It was released, or maybe you would have put in war goals to get it back, but then you wouldn't. I don't know. I don't think you could have enforced on Austria, to be honest.
I mean, I'm fully occupied. Never mind. It don't matter.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's I mean, it would matter for who gets second place, but I don't think it we're just gonna wash it because I still think the war doesn't end in time. But then it is a war that matters, so maybe I just let it finish. But also, Austria might not have joined if you had maneuvers left.
That's yeah.
Right.
So there's a lot of ifs.
Yeah. So if Austria, yeah, it would have been easier to enforce on Ottomans, and Ottomans would have had to release Iraq. Basically, would be the difference, which wouldn't have affected the standings. Okay, so. In that case, you guys, between who gets the generalist point, the conversation's kind of between Austria, who had 367% GDP growth. A big chunk of that is Bengal and Silesia, but not like all of it. And so generally their graph has been going up pretty steadily. And I might kick this to chat to see what they think. The other one, Team 2, do you think that UK outperformed Prussia? Or I thought that the UK fought the war at the very end really well and that they expanded efficiently, but then their GDP growth was relatively flat, and that Prussia was their like GDP growth line was a little bit better, and they just lost Silesia at the end.
Fucking Silesia.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, it's a risk to build up specifically in one place like that.
Yeah, I know, but I take the risk for the
bonuses.
Stake, but yeah, but that was like we were missing Russia. That was the problem. You know, we were missing the 200 battalions. It was completely changed the tide of the war.
Yeah.
I think you should give it to Prussia because I had the revolt. So.
Okay, so for Team 2, Prussia's the
That
nominee.
was a big, yes.
Okay, and then for Team 3, I thought East India Company played best. They have
My vote's for California.
Huh?
That big.
California.
California.
They were super on point with a lot of the landings in a lot of the wars. They're part of why France didn't enforce on Qing. To some extent, Qing is not like capable of doing that, but also their overall growth was pretty strong. A lot of it is on the back of annexing those subjects. I think I'm gonna kick it to the chat to let chat decide the fate.
Yeah, just do a vote.
East India just naval invaded everywhere.
I don't have a I thought that they played the wars the best overall, and so generalist point, but also like Austria's like GDP growth is like in an entirely different category.
Single war. Yes.
Yeah, you're about to lose.
For our team, I think it should definitely go to EIC because it was like, you can't win this civil war, you should switch sides. And then I didn't, and guess what happened?
Oh, well then, in that case, that changes everything.
I can say that, yes.
So poll has been started as to who it goes
quickly
to.
Join and vote for me, sir.
24 million GDP in Bengal, what the fuck?
Yep.
I didn't put
Austria also knew where to go for it. That is 25 million pops. So, only more populous state is Jiangxi in Great Qing, which also represents an enormous GDP. Not as much, though. North Bengal has way bigger GDP. I don't know why it's way bigger.
Yeah, I put broadband
opium
in North
plants.
Bengal because I couldn't build railroads there.
Yeah.
Because of turmoil. I also day one put down the enlistment efforts, and then I only used them at the end against Germany.
Oh yeah, I mean you don't want to be running the enlistment efforts constantly. I also when I was looking around, I didn't see like any edicts, and so that was another reason why.
Holy shit, my peacetime military spending is 70.
Edicts in Ile-de-France and Alsace-Lorraine for like most of the game.
Yeah, like but Austria didn't use edict. Yeah, so it's difficult.
I mean, I
didn't use edicts. Come on, that's not fair.
You didn't use the like eco edicts for most of the game.
That's true. I didn't need to. I had the best GDP anyway.
Well, I mean,
by conquest.
We're talking about that.
It's not just conquest. Let's be fair. Come on.
Yeah, well, to be fair to the
Without
UK,
the conquest, I would still have doubled my GDP.
somewhat flat, and
Yeah,
then
true.
But they also like added 100 more battalions than anyone else, I think.
I added 200.
Oh, actually,
battalions.
yeah, never mind. Just kidding. Yeah.
And the North Germans also did.
Yeah, the
you also
twice
arms
the
race between
GDP,
North and
twice
South.
the tax income.
the UK also needed to annex their subjects for the probably. Anyways, what we're gonna do is I want each team to jump in to their voice chat, and then I'm gonna come by and talk to each of you guys for about 5 minutes, something like this. You don't have to hang out if you don't want to. You can discuss like with your team this sort of thing, just so the chat can try and get some answers to some questions. All right. So we are going to start with Team 1, which is the winner. Ooh, I guess I forgot to say which team was going to win. Let's see. So Team 2 is going to be in second place, off of a tie break. And Team 1 is... Okay, yeah. So Team 2 is in second place, off tie break. Got it. Alright, so you guys did quite well, obviously. So what did you think of...
Austria and Ottoman Empire did quite well. I did not.
Some of the wars were a little suspect, I agree. I think that the naval landings specifically, like, I didn't see a lot of. What you need to do is you need to actually just have like 6 different fleets and land 6 battalions at once, and it doesn't matter how many troops there are. But that's just.
I am not used to multiplayer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it works in single player too, but.
I used my navy somewhat, but I didn't want to overextend too much because I knew that they were naval invading a lot, and I had kind of more to lose.
Yeah. It's super hard to enforce on Austria.
And only use like 3 fleets for naval invasions.
You know, but well, I really hate you for convincing me to declare war and for Virginia.
That was an interesting one.
Yeah, the plan was to take Virginia and
the United States already were
Maryland,
to other countries, and no one else could get involved. That was the idea.
So, did you guys agree with Team 2 to eviscerate China at the game start, or was that parallel thinking?
I came in with your plan, and they literally came into a chat, read our DM, and proposed it.
Yeah, because that was rough.
I would also like to mention that the proposition was kind of weird. It went from agreement between Team 1 and 2, Team 1, and then it said Team 1, France / Austria, and Team 2. As in, they specified France and Austria for Team 1 and just said Team 2. So I explicitly said, if you specify, then also include the Ottomans, before they find like a loophole and attack the Ottomans or something.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, that must have been a little spooky.
Well, they agreed to it.
Yeah.
I guess they just forgot.
Well, I think that they just like didn't want, like, Kebab actually has a decent amount of navy at the start. So like in terms of PvP wars, like Kebab's not terrible.
Yeah, but they never moved their capital.
Yeah, you're supposed to move it. There's like only one state that's a good option. It's Ankara. It's not that much of a step up though. Is there anything you guys wanted to add or talk about, or you thought was especially interesting?
Yes. USA becoming California and Russia becoming Lithuania. We had 3 revs at the same time. Actually 4. Russia, USA, England, and France.
Yeah, that was wild to watch. And yeah, you just get bricked.
Yeah, I attacked Russia through Khiva.
Yeah.
So no one else could get involved. I had a truce with North Germans because of the German leadership play. It was like a perfect opportunity, but then the North Germans took the Polish land I was about to liberate.
I think the biggest mistake
they lost the rebellion, and I didn't get the war ups either.
Yeah, I think what they could have done also is they could have had Germany declare on Russia for all the Polish land.
Yeah, that's what they did.
No, have them do it. Russia capitulate while they're revving, and then Germany release Poland. Does that make sense?
Oh, they were a team. Russia and North Germany.
I understand, but then they would have got to release Poland instead of just Lithuania.
Oh, you meant like red play.
Yeah.
Now, while the rebellion happened, I declared war on Russia.
I saw that. So what happened with the German leadership? You just backed down?
I just backed down. I wasn't ready to fight like 20 fronts because of all the German miners and maybe Russia and maybe England.
Interesting.
At the same time. And I was happy to give them the no German third.
I guess that's fair enough. You also get a truce, so...
Like, the moment they declared, I immediately went into the chat and said, I am willing to back down as long as you don't add anything else.
That makes sense, because I saw it pop and then just immediately over.
I capitulated the moment I could.
Yeah.
I was almost at like I was almost at 70 million. I think it was a bad idea going for Silesia.
Well, I got it.
You got it, but
I think...
I just think I should have managed it better going against Britain. Skill issue.
The landings were not there, and you also needed to leave people not on fronts to deal with the landings as they came in, because you got occupied really quick.
Yeah, I did, but I should have left more.
Yeah, it's rough though. Like, yeah. But anyways, thank you guys for playing. It was fun. I'm gonna go move on to the next team and get their thoughts. Let's take a look. Also, you guys got first place, in case it was. I didn't let it. I didn't let each team know, but you got first. Team 2 got second. All right. All right, you guys.
What? No, we were second in growth.
So you guys got second place. If that's what you're discussing right now.
No, we were discussing the league points.
The league points? So it's going to be 3 league points for both Team 2 and 3. I believe?
What?
No, my league point average went down.
Aren't we better in in growth? And no, we're worse in nominal, true.
Yeah. You're better in percentage, which is why you're second place, because the percentage gets the tiebreak now, but you're worse in nominal. Which is like really just kind of demonstrates some of the power of, you know, just Shing in general, because you're going to crush on the nominal growth. But so I was talking about Team 1, or talking to them about a couple things. First of all, you guys both decided to eviscerate Great Shing. Do you think, in retrospect, that was a good decision?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Because I feel like we were the only team that were making diplomatic plays.
Yep.
So like we coordinated Team 1 against Team 3, and then we coordinated Team 3 against Team 1.
What was the terms of? So they got involved in a weird war to protect Shandong, and I thought it was kind of a useless war. Was that the terms
I didn't get that.
Okay.
So our terms were, I think I sent it to you, right? In Discord.
It was all Chinese provinces for support against Team 1.
Okay.
Yeah. So we used the provinces we took from the first war as a bargaining chip to get them to fight Team 1 with us.
Which makes a lot of sense, and also like you only return like 9 million worth of GDP as well.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Well, the plan was to crush Team 1, and we would take more GDP than we lost. That didn't come to fruition because of several incidents.
Yeah. What the plan wasn't to attack France, and then you had your revolt.
Yeah.
Our plan was to let Austria back down, to let him get a truce, and then like dogpile on France.
Yeah. So we declared on Austria, and then they backed down for German leadership, and then we were going to 3v1 France and eviscerate them. But then I broke into a revolt before that happened.
Austria can still join if that happens, but then like.
But then we'll just take more.
But they entirety of Team 3 got truces with the 2 big players with the Shandong War, and so they wouldn't be able to join your offensive war.
That was a bit weird. So we planned on declaring separate wars. I thought they were going to declare offensive wars against the Ottomans or something like that. For some reason, they decided to join in defense of Shandong.
Yeah.
I asked them about that. They said it was a good decision, so
I'll ask them about that. later then. I don't think, yeah. So one thing I was discussing, where I talked about just briefly with Team 1, is what you could have done is you could have had Prussia take all the Polish states from Russia as they were revving, back down, and then released Poland from the North German Fed.
Yeah, but I was already at, 80 infamy, and if I would have taken it, would be pretty hard to form North German Fed.
Also, I was going to lose the revolution before we could do anything like that. Well,
no,
I think,
but then you would have been released out of North German Fed, not out of Russia.
But wait, I've always been confused about this. So if I let's say die as Russia, right? Do I go back to the lobby and then go and play as?
You can.
Poland?
A teammate can
Is that
release a
allowed?
country, and then you can play as them. So
Okay.
you could have capitulated to give up all the Polish land to the North German Fed, and then when you get annexed by your Rev, have them release Poland, and you play as Poland.
Because I did give the Polish lands to the Germans.
Yeah, and you could have also
there are more than one issue.
you could have also given all of Perm away. I think. No, I don't think you can
No.
annex it all in one war.
Because there was a really weird thing where the UK couldn't put an interest in Central Russia.
West Siberia.
Oh,
West
interesting.
Siberia, yeah. So we couldn't do anything about that.
That's rough. All right, is there anything you wanted to add or comment on?
We messed it up. We messed up on Denmark.
Yeah, I messed that up.
You also acquired like a lot of infamy as the North German Fed early on, I thought, but you still managed to form.
I messed up as well.
Yeah, I mean I bankrolled all of them.
Yeah.
I got the revolution. That was a mistake.
Yeah. But I mean, maybe regime changing. If the regime change was what caused this like imminent revolution, maybe regime changing isn't as strong as I thought.
Yeah.
It was really hard because we had to. I kept on
elite.
switching my government to try to get a viable regime change. That caused a lot of rebels, and then the regime change actually happened, and that caused even more.
Yeah, but the role was kind of stupid because even though I had interest in Russia, I couldn't join the Diplo play.
You need to have an interest, I think, where Russia has their capital.
Yeah, we couldn't. But,
Yeah, so-
Britain could join even though Britain didn't have interest on its capital.
It was really weird.
That is weird.
Yeah.
For some
I
reason,
mean,
we
most
can't
also
put it
unlucky
in
was
for-
the first battle against Austria. They had twice the combat width for some reason. You know, it was like not that far behind in manpower on the front.
The combat width is based on infrastructure, and if it's in Silesia, you
Yeah, but
probably
shouldn't
have...
I get the same combat width?
It's based on infrastructure.
Yeah, but if I fight against Austria in Silesia, shouldn't I get the same combat width as Austria?
But if you're fighting Austria and you're pushing, you're not fighting.
I was on the defensive. I was on the defensive and had twice as much manpower in the battle. That's confused me.
Wait, so you were on defensive and they were pushing
Yeah.
into you, and
Yeah, and it
the
was
combat width
100.
was.
They
What
had
was
twice as many men, and it was like only at -20 on the front line, so I wasn't that far behind in manpower. Like it wasn't like they had twice as much men on the front line. That's what confused me
they
about
just
that.
rolled twice as many guys in the battle?
Yeah, that was unlucky.
I think that. Yeah,
That-
I think
that
that's
killed me.
unlucky. I'm not sure
Yeah,
exactly.
they rolled that
Yes.
twice in a row, and that's why they made that big gain at the beginning. And after it stabilized, and they got better rolls.
Interesting. What question were you answering of chat? I need to be better about watching chat.
Yes,
when
I
I'm-
did. I did try to pass laws after the regime change. So I really don't think regime change is a good idea. Because you can't do anything. I got homesteading and guaranteed liberties, and I was bricked for the rest of the game. So maybe not
Homesteading's
that.
pretty good.
Homesteading, yeah, but I still was stuck on traditional.
Yeah, I mean, so the idea is you switch. Yeah. So if homesteading can't get you to the point where you can swap off traditionalism, then it's like not very good anymore. That's interesting.
Yeah.
This will still require more testing, but maybe
and
France is probably pick number one if Russia. If you can't get good regime changes, I've just seen it where you get pushed onto agrarianism, which is just insanely good.
I don't think that gamble is worth it. It's never worked for me.
No, you can roll it twice though.
We can, but then everyone gets infamy, and I get locked out of my government.
Yeah, you can still reset the infamy, but anyways, I'm gonna move on to the third team and have a chat with them and see what some of their thoughts and ideas were.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
GG's, thanks for playing, you guys.
GG.
All right, so you guys got third place because I didn't tell everyone their placements, and so the very start opened up. I'm assuming very traumatic for you guys, where just everyone took a piece out of Great Shing.
Did we really get third? That sucks.
Huh?
You say we got third?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
We tried our best.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I think, well, yeah, like, I might have to change the rules on what happens with the Rev, but, like, both you and Russia were significantly bricked by the Rev situation.
I don't know, I think the way revs are going currently is good because there are situations where it politically benefits you to rev and then switch sides.
Yeah, I mean, rules for it bricking your entire country.
Oh, yeah, that.
It makes it super, I think, way too easy for everyone just to gang up on you in a rev, back the other side, and then you just lose. You're just out of the game.
That's
like,
my concern, but
yeah.
It makes it, well, so first of all, you can switch sides whenever you want, right? So if everyone joins on one side, you just switch to that side. So they need to join both sides and then just not help the side that the player is on.
Yeah. I mean, still, like, there should not be a way to just delete a player from the game. Like, I just don't.
Yeah, the flip side of that is, as a player, you can just make it a priority to avoid a revolution.
Okay.
But I mean, I opened up with, I said, I think there maybe should be, like, different rules, but I also think that it's still a maybe.
It didn't come up, like, it was all player failure. It wasn't like the other teams joining and screwing us, so...
Yeah.
It didn't come up this game.
Yeah, although I thought EIC played super well in all the wars.
I appreciate it. I left too much on the table in terms of economy. There was probably 15 million in subjects I could have annexed out, and then obviously Bengal was my personal, I think my biggest personal failure in the game was not getting that back.
I'm not sure how much you could have done about that other than release Bengal, but you can't release Bengal, right? Because your capital's there.
I should have. No, that was. So this is what happened, right? I did not move my capital day one.
You can't move your capital. That's not on you. You can only move your capital to stuff that has English culture. Good luck.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Never mind then.
I mean, China should have moved their capital to Yunnan, and the U.S. should have moved their capital inland.
Yeah.
I thought it was far enough back from the coast. Apparently not.
No, you move it to Yunnan so that Yunnan can't be released.
Yep.
And that should have been the two movements. But EIC, you should have annexed Hybridad because it has the highest GDP, and Mysore because it has gold.
Yeah, I was getting really bad luck with the events. Just like tiny nothings instead of the decent ones. And then...
Carnia in the Discords, like, knows East India Company forwards and backwards. And he hasn't played in any of the 3v3s, but...
this is literally the first time I've played EIC, so...
Yeah, EIC is confusing as hell, so I
was very happy I didn't explode. That was the one thing I was really terrified
you have to read the event super closely. Paul says maybe if you lose a rev, they can continue playing as the nation, but there's a score penalty. I kind of like that. I think the score penalty should be massive, though.
Yes, I completely agree with the score penalty. That's way better.
Yeah, like a 50% score penalty.
25?
I think it's one of those things you have to test to see how it functions in the wild.
Sure.
But
I mean, it also can be the fact that you just can never afford to rev, right? Like, it's a question of what you want the metagame to look like. Because I think what the metagame is you just can't afford to rev, right?
I think that's a good thing for the metagame. I see revving as just kind of a failure of you managing your politics.
Yeah, and in general, I want to keep this game as like high powered. This 3v3v3 format as high powered as possible.
The worst part about it, I feel so bad because I kept pushing for the USA to go for professional army over the National Guard or whatever they have. So it was kind of my fault that they revved at the end, but
It's really hilarious because you know what I still have? I still have National Militia.
National Militia is actually not too bad if you're paired with Xing. Why? So you, I was curious why you guys didn't brick wars on Great Xing or didn't try to.
We did a few, I believe.
Huh?
Like we did recognition for Great Xing.
He meant like so we could have released Yunnan ourselves as a subject. I honestly I didn't think about it.
Or also like once you get declared on for Beijing, then USA can declare for Beijing, and you capitulate to USA.
I thought that was against the rules.
Nope, it's not. But that would explain why you didn't do it.
Yes, I understand the releasing one, but I did not think we could do that.
You can brick war goals by conquering it yourself, which USA is actually one of the best guys to take Chinese provinces because they have the militia, because it will give them 100 battalions in every Chinese state they take.
So that's way better, yeah.
So I actually think the conscripts are really good if you're USA Xing, because then you get to have like 100 battalions in like every single one of your things.
Well, the thing was, my army is never any good because I always have shortages of everything.
Yeah, so you have to overbuild and export. I think it's manageable. I haven't played around a ton on militia. I don't like it either because your economy doesn't automatically build anywhere near enough arms industries and ammo to support a full conscription.
Yeah,
and it also conscripts out of your factories too. So like that part sucks. But if you're conscripting out of Chinese provinces mainly for your military, then it's a different game, right?
We did not put that together. That was good. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something to think of for next time.
Yeah.
I think for what happened, California strong.
Yeah,
California's doing pretty hot.
If we change it from the U.S. starting point to California, I mean that's 2,000.
Yeah. Change it to California starting.
It's insane GDP growth. It's not the size, it's the shape. It's what I've always said.
It's perfect.
The West Coast is like, the two-state solution to the United States political problems in 2023.
Oh no.
Coast versus the interior, plus Florida and Texas.
Well, I can form the Free States of America if I retake the West Coast or the East Coast.
Yep.
I can't believe Ohio's not releasable. Wait, is that a thing? Can we like pick a country and then like day one release and become a smaller one and then be that our start? Because like I would do that and just release it.
Yeah, that would be so much more fun. Just be like New Africa.
I mean, I guess I would be okay with that. That would be bad, objectively speaking.
Oh, we have a game that's a battle royale of all 50 states.
But
that'd be kind of hot. I was thinking Ethiopia battle royale.
I mean, that's another one.
12 players, one winner.
10 players, no industry, die.
We could have a Germany battle royale.
With no one playing Prussia?
Or you could just have like 2 players playing Germany and Austria, and they're just trying to win over all the smaller guys.
No, Generalist plays as Prussia, and then everybody else is miners, and we just fight it out.
And I try and kill all the miners.
No, what? I would just say it so we could fight each other, but yeah, that would actually be 9 against 1.
Pretty sure I wouldn't have enough generals. Oh, you guys don't have enough coastal guys to do 56 landings, though, or whatever. But, yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to comment on about the evolution? I was shocked at how little PvE conquest there was. It was just the UK and Ottomans.
I
Nobody.
mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was like 10% away from just being like, this is not fun. Just getting beat up all the time because it was constant for the first half hour. Just beating us up.
And
I would like to commend the Ottomans on their brilliant strategy of
sitting there
and having their uprisings distract us for moments.
Oh yeah, the uprising breaking the releasing Persia is like so freaking pure. They should actually just capitulate, give up Iraq, and beat down the uprising. But
the thing, the Afghanistan uprising started in EIC, and then it spread to the Ottomans.
So I would have gotten all of Afghanistan. I mean, it's nothing. It's worth nothing, but it's hilarious that I can just annex that way.
That is wild.
All right, but that's all we had. Yeah, that was a good game.
God bless the Bear of Freedom.
God bless the Bear of Freedom. Was it you who linked the NCR flag?
Yeah, I did.
Prime. We might have to get a mod in here where California's NCR flag.
It was gonna be like, hey, can we take a quick break and jump that mod in?
Yeah. New California Republic, let's go, baby.
All day.
But yeah, the Great Shing start. I mean, that's why Great Shing last time we played vanilla went undrafted. Everyone is spooked about that, which is like
anytime,
it's the strongest country. You go on.
I was just gonna say, anytime I play a game when no one plays Qing, everyone just whips it and takes war reparations from it.
I think that's just meta in general, whether there's a player or not. And it was just it's annoying because like EIC and China were just getting that treatment.
Is there anyone who doesn't have a treaty port with China?
Yeah.
Only Portugal. Why?
No. I mean,
Portugal has a treaty port.
It's
like in
he's making an
games.
expression. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
There's like a whole chain of cities on China's coast that are like, this one's the Austrians, this one's the Prussians.
He's trying to say that China is airtight, if you know what I mean.
That's funny.
So, which is it's, but like also, China's like GDP growth, like still grew, from game start. Like, I guess it wasn't absolutely huge. Was game start's like 140?
Yeah, I think it's 140.
And so that's
You didn't
24.
Oh,
I can see on the. That's right. I do have the tools.
I had 460 construction points at the end.
It's
Almost
pretty
made it
solid.
here.
You started with 134, and so you had a
No, 17.
no, and the GDP, and so you gained 22% GDP over the course of the game. I guess that's not insane. Yeah, so you were properly shellacked, and EIC was as well by losing Bengal.
Yep. It was a rough day.
It was a rough day. I also, like, if you go back and watch the VOD, I thought it was excessive. I thought that, like, pushing too hard will favor one of the teams, like, way more than the other.
I'm pretty sure that's why the Team 2 came to us with their offer of giving back territory, is they felt sorry for us.
Well, they
wanted to make sure you were in on the war. Oh, I want to talk to you. What was up with the Shandong thing? Defending Shandong. Huh?
Just a bad decision.
Okay.
We
because they gave you truces against everyone, so then it made it impossible.
That's
well, it's kind of, we didn't want France to take it, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah,
we didn't think that far ahead.
The problem is you can't stop them.
What we should have done instead is declared our own war on Shandong, and then
yeah, that's exactly it. You should have done it with Qing. Qing can actually push into Shandong faster because you're adjacent, and then
Was that while I was tied up with the Great Britain and Russia over in New England?
Wait, what?
Or was that a different? Was that happening while I was tied up with Great Britain and Russia and New England, or was that something?
No, this was way later.
Yeah, this is when we were all just getting beat up on for no reason.
This was like way after you guys like joined on the because there's no way to stop them from enforcing on Shandong other than taking it yourself.
Maybe a good rule would be a general 1-year truce for players against each other.
In general, I want the game to be as high powered as possible, but you're talking about from game start?
Yeah, like
it would definitely favor Shing.
I
think Shing is the strongest pick, or just
it would also favor anyone who isn't strong enough to take on Shing.
Here's the actual like.
Well, everyone's strong enough to fight Shing at game start.
Well,
it's like put a final year that you can declare a PvP, because there is nothing worse than like being so close to winning this PvP war and then not being able to finish it.
Generally speaking, I think if this war mattered a lot, I would have let it go over time. It wasn't going to matter.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like for example, the World War II that we had, a month ago.
Oh, right? But that just started. That didn't...
No, I know, but like if we just say, okay, no more PvPs after 3:30 or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's an idea.
Just a thought.
Yeah. No. I appreciate the feedback. The problem is like, if I say we're gonna play a certain number of years and like the game goes slow, it's like really rough. Here we got 14 years, which is pretty good.
I remember one of your earlier games. It was 15 years, and we got like 11.
Yeah, there was one where we were trying to play a lot, and we just barely got 10, and we went for like way longer, and like multiple players had to drop, and it just felt pretty bad.
The Divergences one, that was terrible.
Oh, yeah. That one we didn't go that deep, right?
No, I don't even know if we got 10 years because it was so slow. We had to keep finding replacements.
Yeah,
it was just
one player's like, yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That's fine. I mean, but yeah, that one did go really slow, which was unfortunate. That game was also wild. This one was super wild to see I think they kicked China too much, but that's like not up to you guys how that turns out,
I mean, I feel like
you can release people as subjects to avoid having to give up land, though. And I guess defending as China is actually probably the trickiest thing.
Maybe it would have been better for us to just give up and release.
Well, you could have released Yunnan as a subject and Shandong as a subject and brick their wars.
France was going for the Greater Mongolia one.
Oh yeah, that one was.
Hey, we won that one though, so
yeah,
that was a big help for us.
The French player was not very aggressive with multi-landings and re-landing.
Sorry to cut this short, but I gotta get going.
No, yeah, that's fine. No, you're good. I'm actually spending a little bit longer with you guys because you guys are the last team I talked to. But yeah,
we appreciate it.
It was fun.
It was.
The world burned in such a pretty color.
Yeah, it's.
Have a good one.
Yep, you too. I'm just thinking.
All right, we'll see you.
Yep. I'll just close out the stream then. All right, GG's, you guys. Thanks
GG's.
for playing.
Their freedom.
Thanks for hosting.
Much fair, much freedom. Take care.
Much freedom.
Much Cali.
Alright, I'll just go back to org. And thank you everyone for coming to see the stream. Let's see the poll results and see who is getting the generalist point, because we have been having that poll up for a while now. And I need to get better at the user face. Oop, not end stream, end poll. That's the one to do. And then I'll catch up on the chat. It looks like Austria will be getting the generalist point, and then we do have quite a bit of chat to catch up with. I think the MVP is EIC. Even with the 6v3, they handled it pretty well. I was thinking the EIC handled everything really well, and also the EIC is one of the really tricky. Like if you have played in one country, you'll know how to play like Russia or France. EIC actually has a bunch of weird things going on. Like they didn't know that they should have become a protectorate in order to prevent the turmoil. They had a ton of turmoil at the game start. They managed the wars pretty well. So yeah. I was in the war. Had I stayed, he would still be alive. Oh, I'm not sure who that's referring to. Seoul can't vote for the EIC, losing one's chance to go to India. Maybe that's my state. You live in California too? Bam. So yeah, the regime change with Russia, I think that regime change, I mean, so the problem is it forces your government to look a particular way, which lowers your legitimacy, which creates radicalism, and prevents you from passing laws. And so it might be the case that you just kind of want a regime change just with industrialists or this sort of thing. And so, so when going to homesteading, the devout gets super strong, yes. And so you can't do something better. And so it might be the case, but the devout gets super strong just as long as you are still on autocracy. If you get it to a different voting system, they're not anywhere near as strong. So, like, I mean, maybe I was misleading people because I saw, like, I mean, so, but if you also get agrarianism and homesteading, you're super chilled and you just don't care, like, that they're, like, this is such a big upgrade that, like, it's worth it. And so, I don't know. Maybe you can lose the rev and continue playing as the nation, but there's a scoring. Yeah, okay, so we already talked. I think that I like that. You could have moved the capital if taking the option to go Bengal. Yes. Paul's playing as Austria had to push for racial segregation in the first week with 110 radicalism, and enacting it would have radicalized the landowners. That's rough. Is that an Austria thing? Militia is pretty bad if the war drags on. I agree, but, well, I kind of agree. You also get a huge benefit from peace dividends and not having... You get to have more construction centers while at peace and while PvEing than you do on raised military. And it is expensive as the war drags on, but so is having a regular military. It is extremely expensive though, and it drains pops from your factories. But so does if a bunch of soldiers die in the regular areas where there are regulars. If a bunch of soldiers die here, it has to employ, and so it will eventually start sapping off pops from the factories. It's just not as fast. Like when you ramp up this conscription center, it instantly starts ramping out all these guys out of the factories, and so it's really painful. But if you take stuff from Xing, then it's really strong. Isn't it kind of historic to take stuff from Qing? Yes, to dogpile them. The problem with GameStar was that no one wanted to get left out. Hey, Russia has Beijing. I want something else of equal value. Interesting. I mean, I think that... Well, I mean, I think that it was fine. I think it was a little bit too much, but, you know... To take off a great Xing, but I don't think it was like way too much. I think that what you have to do is you have to like, I don't know, it's tough to say. You definitely want to go for war reps because those can't get bricked. Team 3 should have bricked the war reps. I think you go for war reps and releasing someone multiple times with multiple countries, and that this is the way you do it, and you don't actually take anything with it, with the agreement with your 6v3, you just only kneecap Xing. Something like this is like the agreement you make, so that they don't get a bunch off of, they don't get super far ahead of you as a consequence of that war. And, you know, Austria got super far ahead as part of this kneecapping a great Xing, taking this, you know, this 24 million GDP here. And so, yeah. Militia is weird because the extra conscription rate pulls people out of factories before peasants for some reason. I think it just... I would have to take a closer look at this. I don't know exactly how it works. I think that they might be doing that for qualifications reasons, because peasants' qualifications suck, and they just prioritize as higher qualifications. But in theory, people will get employed out from the peasantry into the factories after this happens. I think I am going to conclude the stream here, though. Just kind of going to do my outro and then respond to the last bit of comments that might come through. But yeah, we had an absolute wild game. It opened with great Xing, you know, kind of getting shellacked. The draft was kind of, I thought, a pretty reasonable draft. It went France first, then Russia, then USA, Xing, if I recall correctly, and then we saw the Austria pick, and then I thought the Prussia-UK pick was a little bit weird. I thought Prussia was a little bit weak for this, but maybe it's okay. I would have preferred to see East India Company, which would have left Prussia for Team 3. I think Team 3 had to go with East India Company, but you're super not in love with Qing East India Company USA, where it's like 100% growth. Like oriented, because the USA is also very growth oriented, and so I think USA Russia is also a tremendous pairing. But USA Qing is pretty good because you break the war goals, you get states for the USA that's going to give it this absolute huge military, and you get ready to just bankroll the USA, and then the USA overbuilds ammunition and arms so that when they kind of come to the point where you want to conscript up, they can conscript just an absolute enormous amount of military, because when they're conscripting in Chinese provinces, they'll conscript up to 100. But then France, Austria, they picked Kebab to round it out. I actually think Kebab might be the best pick in this situation when you already have two really strong militaries and countries with relatively good tech. I think maybe you can go for like Scandinavia. Maybe you can do catch and release Korea. Catch and release Korea is pretty good with France, but overall, you know, the draft was reasonable. Everyone went after Great Qing. Things were kind of mellow for a bit. Not too much PvE expansion. I thought the UK's PvE expansion was best. You see that they did cut off France from the colonization. No one colonized here, though. Did see the taking of Benin. I forgot about that. But the very wild thing was both Russia got bricked and California got bricked. And so moving forward, we might do, if you rev, you just get a huge eco penalty, but you can continue playing as the country after the revolution is finished, but just make it such that you could never ever consider revving a good idea. It's always just uber punished, or losing a rev a good idea. You're just always uber punished for it. The thing is I want to avoid situations where someone can force a rev and capitulate to the rev just to brick an entire war against themselves. And a 50% penalty is probably substantive enough that this makes sense. I'm not sure. I think it's enough. I think 25% is not enough. If you're about to get cut down to size for 30% of your economy, you'd much rather rev and take a 25% penalty, something like this. And so, yep. But overall, very interesting game. Was very pleased with it. Was very happy we were able to get the loud cars outside, because, you know, it's an important thing. And I hope all of you guys enjoyed. If you did, feel free to like, comment, subscribe. You know, do the YouTube algorithm type stuff. All of it does help out. And other than that, have a good day. Yes, I want to end the stream.